The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the center of our hope, as the Russian war against Ukraine reaches its 20th day, we keep our eyes on you. We thank you for your might, majesty, and power. You are the source of our strength and the hope for all our tomorrows. As our lawmakers strive to do their best for freedom, make them worthy of their high calling. May the lure of expediency never tempt them to betray the highest principles. Lord, use our senators to build a better and more peaceful nation and world. May they maintain the fidelity of those to whom much has been given. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 15, 2022, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Shalanda D. Young of Louisiana to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
so the Senate this week will continue fulfilling its constitutional duty to confirm more of the President's judicial and administrative nominees. Yesterday, I filed cloture on 12 additional nominees, setting up a busy rest of the week here on the floor. Absent an agreement to expedite the process, and unfortunately we have seen all too few of those coming from our Republican colleagues, members can expect to begin voting tomorrow morning, and we will work through all 12 nominees until we have a path to getting them confirmed. Due to the months of obstructive holds by a few, just a handful of Republicans, in addition to judicial nominees, we also must use up floor time to confirm U.S. attorneys, something practically unheard of in the Senate. These Republicans who have delayed our U.S. attorneys are actively making our communities less safe, and it's regrettable they've chosen to obstruct the Senate for their own personal political interests. So my colleagues ought to be prepared for a busy few days here on the floor. Now, among the nominees we'll consider are two great nominees from New York, I'm proud to say. One, we'll consider Allie Nathan, Judge Allie Nathan, nominated to serve as judge for the Second Circuit. She is a brilliant jurist with a decade of experience as a district judge, and I was proud to recommend her to sit on one of the most important courts in the nation. I'm also pleased that the Senate will also vote on Hector Gonzalez to serve as district judge for the Eastern District of New York. Born in Cuba, raised in Queens, a Fulbright scholar who became one of New York's top attorneys, Mr. Gonzalez is the very embodiment of the American dream. And like Judge Nathan, I'm glad to have recommended him to President Biden. I'm also glad to note, under Senator Durbin's leadership, Judge Nathan and Mr. Gonzalez received bipartisan support in committee, so I look forward to the Senate confirming them in short order. But first, the Senate will look to make history once again later today by confirming Shalanda Young to serve as President Biden's Director of the Office of Management and Budget, a cabinet-level position. She would be the first black woman ever confirmed by the Senate to lead the OMB. It shouldn't have taken this long to confirm someone as obviously as qualified as Shalanda Young. She's been leading the OMB for nearly a year. She knows the budget and appropriations processes like the back of her hand. She's proven capable of working with Republicans and Democrats alike, and it was through her guidance the administration notched some of its biggest victories, including the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Shalanda Young is one of the most effective cabinet leaders to have the label of acting in a very long time. But it's long past time for that word to drop from her title, from her job title. I look forward to the Senate officially confirming Ms. Young as OMB Director later today. Now on the Omni, later this afternoon I'll join with a number of my Senate colleagues in attending a signing ceremony at the White House for the 2022 Omnibus funding bill, one of many significant and bipartisan accomplishments of the Senate in recent weeks. In a 50-50 Senate, it's no small feat for this chamber to pass the boldest and most significant funding package that Congress has seen in a long, long time. Under this new package, students, parents, working families, small businesses, veterans will see costs go down and greater investments go their way. Our troops are going to get a much-needed raise. Student loan borrowers will see their maximum Pell Grant awards increase by the largest amount in over a decade, impacting 7 million students, not to mention their families. We're giving parents more help for affording child care and seniors more help to receive care at home. For the first time in years, the Violence Against Women Act, one of the most important pieces of legislation in the last 30 years, will finally be renewed, offering life-saving resources for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. And of course, we're keeping our promise to Ukraine by providing nearly $14 billion in humanitarian and military aid. This means food and shelter for the millions trapped in war, relief for the now 3 million refugees fleeing the country, and funding to transfer Javelins, Stingers, and other anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons to the Ukrainian fighting forces. The Ukrainian people are not alone in their struggle against Vladimir Putin's savage war. I commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who accelerated the passage of this emergency funding, and I again commend President Biden for his handling of the crisis to date. As I said weeks ago, the President deserves immense credit for keeping the Allies together against Putin, imposing crippling sanctions on Russia, and responding to a turbulent conflict with clarity and with strength. Some were pushing the President to do too much too soon, risking an escalation of the crisis and risking that our allies would not join us. But so far, the President's approach has been right on target. Thanks to the President's approach, Putin is now one of the most reviled and isolated leaders that the world has seen in a very long time. For this reason alone, signing the Omnibus into law is a major accomplishment, and I thank the President, Senators Leahy and Durbin, and all our appropriators, and members of both sides of the aisle for getting it done. Now on SCOTUS. Mr. President, what do retired conservative judges, a group of 80 current and retired state attorneys general, the U.S. Black Chambers, and the International Association of Police Chiefs all share in common? You might ask yourself that question. Well, they are just a few of the many, many groups and individuals that have endorsed Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson for the Supreme Court. When I met with Judge Jackson a few weeks ago, it was immediately clear why so many different groups have sung her praises. On top of her brilliance, on top of her experience, she is unusually gifted at seeing and appreciating both sides of an argument. Little surprise, then, that in the course of rendering nearly 550 decisions as a federal district judge, she was rarely reversed by higher courts. In fact, she has been reversed perhaps around a dozen times out of 550 decisions. That's about 2% of the time. This week, members from both sides of the aisle will continue meeting with the judge. I believe under Senator Durbin's leadership, every member of the Judiciary Committee has had the chance to meet with her. I am confident that any new conclusions my colleagues make about her will keep pointing in one direction. Judge Jackson is brilliant, she is beloved, she belongs on the Supreme Court. It is worth repeating the 3 Bs over and over again. Brilliant, beloved, belongs, because those three words are undoubtedly true as applied to Judge Jackson. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
American strength is not a provocation. American strength secures deterrence and peace. It is American hesitancy and weakness which our adversaries see as an invitation. It's a simple fact. We've relearned it the hard way many times in our history. It should form the cornerstone of any administration's foreign policy. But every day brings new, distressing signs that the Biden administration forgets this lesson. President Biden hesitated and waited to reinforce our NATO allies with more American troops out of fear that it might provoke Putin. President Biden hesitated and waited to send stingers to the Ukrainians out of fears that it might provoke Putin. President Biden declined to send support and training to Ukraine in December because he feared it might provoke Putin. Here's a headline from earlier this week. Pentagon push to send more trainers to Ukraine was scrapped in December amid White House fears of provoking Russia. Last week, President Biden publicly split from our ally Poland and scrapped a plan to get airplanes to Ukraine because our administration feared it might, you guessed it, provoke Putin. Predictably, Putin has not pulled his punches as a thank you to President Biden for pulling his punches. American strength is not the provocation. American weakness is. We need to help get air defense systems to Ukraine without wasting another second. But meanwhile, the Biden administration is already replaying this mistaken philosophy with another adversary. Iran watched our humiliating botched retreat in Afghanistan. They've watched the Biden administration squabble with our Middle Eastern partners while removing sanctions from Iran's own terrorist proxies in Yemen. The Iranians have taken the measure of this administration. This weekend, even as the Biden administration is reportedly putting the finishing touches on an agreement deal that would massively favor Iran over America, they unleashed an audacious missile strike into the Kurdistan region of Iraq that came very close to hitting our U.S. consulate. How will our commander-in-chief respond? The record is not encouraging. Deterrence of Iran has steadily eroded under his tenure. The worse the Iranians behave, the more desperate the Biden administration seems to be to give them concessions. Judging by public reports, the deal that President Biden is preparing would impose fewer, weaker, and shorter restrictions on Iran than even the deeply flawed 2015 deal, while giving them major and lasting relief from sanctions. The deal would reportedly not even touch Iran's ballistic missile program. So Iran lobs missiles toward our facilities, and we give Iran a huge influx of cash and a relaxation of pressure. Iran clearly does not fear they will pay a price for threatening American interests. They must be made to think again. Yesterday, Senate Republicans sent the administration a letter expressing our grave concerns they're preparing, once again, to give away the store. Republicans stand ready to work together on a real tough agreement that blocks Iran's path to nuclear weapons, constrains its missile programs, and confronts its support for terrorism. But if the administration continues down the path they're on, they will find the stiff opposition that path deserves. Now, on another matter, there is bipartisan Senate opposition to Sarah Bloom Raskin, President Biden's radical and unacceptable nominee to the powerful Federal Reserve Board position of Vice Chair for Supervision. Runaway inflation is hammering American families. Democrats' reckless policies have backed the Fed into a very tricky corner. Just this morning, the new Producer Price Index report showed that wholesale inflation is up 10% over 12 months, tied for the worst year ever. At a time like this, the Fed's independence is paramount. But President Biden's nominee for this powerful seat has spent years campaigning to turn the Fed from a nonpartisan central bank into a far-left super legislature that voters cannot get rid of. Explicitly and repeatedly, she has called for the Fed to go about picking winners and losers in accord with liberal ideological goals completely unrelated to the Fed's core duties. The far left cheered Ms. Raskin's nomination for the same reason that senators from both parties opposed it. She wants to take radical policy aims that liberals can't achieve through Congress and hardwire them directly into our financial system instead. President Biden was literally asking for senators to support a central banker who wanted to usurp the Senate's policymaking power for herself. Ms. Raskin would have been a vice chair who sought to raise gas prices, raise home heating costs, and undermine the very institution of the Federal Reserve in the process. It's not surprising there's bipartisan Senate opposition to such a radical nominee. Even before one considers the unanswered ethical questions to which the Banking Committee has not been able to get straight answers, President Biden's selection wildly missed the mark. It's past time the White House admit their mistake and send us somebody suitable. Now, on one final matter, what can the Senate conclude about a Supreme Court nominee from the nature of their fan club? That's a question the Democratic leader answered very clearly a few years back. In 2005, Senator Schumer accused future Chief Justice John Roberts of, quote, being embraced by some of the most extreme ideologues in America, end quote. Our colleague continues, that gives rise to a question many are asking. What do they know about you that we do not know? That was Senator Schumer questioning the Chief Justice. Of course, there was nothing extreme about then Judge Roberts, nor about mainstream scholarly groups like the Federalist Society. But given Democrats' principle that the Senate ought to examine nominees' fan clubs, let's take a look at the loudest cheerleaders for President Biden's nominee, Judge Jackson. Before the 2020 election, one far-left dark money group put Judge Jackson on their Supreme Court shortlist. Well, not at first. She was left off their first version, but shortly thereafter, the judge published a fiery 118-page opinion in a politically charged case that won attention and praise from liberal pundits. One cable TV host observed that Judge Jackson's opinion was not standard legal writing, but was written with, quote, a broader audience in mind. Not long after, Judge Jackson was added to the next version of the activists' short list. Practically as soon as President Biden was sworn in, this group began spending big sums of money boosting Judge Jackson's profile. They put her face on posters around the Senate. They paid for billboards pushing Justice Breyer to retire. This is a far, far left group. They agitate for partisan court packing. They drive around town trying to harass Justice Kavanaugh. They filed a frivolous ethics complaint against former D.C. Circuit Judge Tom Griffith. Last week on television, one of their board members said our Constitution, listen to this, our Constitution is kind of trash. This group's entire purpose and fundraising model is waging war on the legitimacy of the judiciary itself. And for some reason, these people desperately wanted Judge Jackson in particular to end up on our highest court. Why? Well, senators will need to explore that. A representative from this radical outfit told the Washington Post that they like Judge Jackson for reasons that include her work as a public defender and on the U.S. Sentencing Commission. We're in the middle of a violent crime wave, including soaring rates of homicides and carjackings. Even last summer, when the pandemic posed a bigger challenge, more Americans said violent crime was a big problem than said COVID was. Amid all this, the Soft on Crime Brigade is squarely in Judge Jackson's corner. They wanted her above anyone else on the short list, and they specifically cite her experience defending criminals and her work on the Sentencing Commission as key qualifications. As Leader Schumer once asked, what do these folks know that senators may not? I hope the vigorous Senate process ahead, including all the necessary documents and records from Judge Jackson's time on the Sentencing Commission, may begin to shed more light.
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I'm glad I was on the floor to hear the Republican leader's comments about our Supreme Court nominee, Ketanji Brown Jackson, because there are a couple elements that he obviously inadvertently missed that he should have reported when he was talking about the support which she's received from across the political spectrum. He made her out to be a product or creation of some far-left political cause or movement, but she's much more than that. And he went on to say that Judge Thomas Griffith of the D.C. Circuit was harassed by this same special interest group that supports Judge Jackson. He missed one key element. I just received a letter within the last 2 weeks from Judge Thomas Griffith, a well-known retired conservative federal judge endorsing Ketanji Brown Jackson. How about that? Doesn't sound like a special interest group to me. It sounds like a Republican-appointed judge who saw her in action and wants to make sure that she gets a chance to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. It makes a big difference because if you take a look at what he had to say about her, he wrote, Judge Griffith wrote, Judge Jackson has a demonstrated record of excellence, and I believe, based upon her work as a trial judge when I served in the Court of Appeals, she will adjudicate based on the facts and the law and not as a partisan. Exactly the opposite of the point that was being made by Senator McConnell. She has the support across the political spectrum. He failed to mention she's been endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. President. Oh, she's supposedly suspect of being too liberal. Well, I can just tell you that she's a person of quality, integrity, and values. And she has the support across the political spectrum to prove it. I believe she's going to be an extraordinary justice on the Supreme Court, and President Biden made a good choice in selecting her. Moving to a different topic, Mr. President, what does courage look like? What does a face of courage look like? Well, we see it every day on television out of Ukraine. We see individuals leaving their regular lives, grabbing a rifle to defend their nation, and being prepared to die in the process. That's the face of courage. We see the face of courage in the president of Ukraine, an extraordinary individual who was once a rising stand-up comedian, now is a rising stand-up president for his nation of Ukraine, risking his life every day to stay in Kyiv and to be there to inspire his people to resist Putin's barbaric invasion of that country. We're going to see that tomorrow in a joint session of Congress. It's the first Zoom joint session of Congress that I've ever been in attendance, and I'm glad we're doing it. For the last several weeks, I've been in touch through Zoom conference calls with President Zelensky. He is a courageous man. But courage is not limited to Ukraine. An event occurred yesterday in Moscow, which bears our approval and consideration. On state-run television in Moscow, a woman was reading the propaganda that was on the show when an employee of that same channel burst onto the set and interrupted the news broadcast. Her name, and I'm going to try to pronounce her Russian name here, Marina Ovsyannikova. Marina Ovsyannikova. That's her, standing here holding a sign saying "No War." She was wearing a yellow and blue necklace, the colors of Ukraine. And this woman, an actual editor at Channel 1 in Moscow, shouted, "Stop the war, no to war." Their sign says, "Don't believe the propaganda, they're lying to you here." It was signed in English, "Russians against war." Now, this might have been the sort of thing that's just viewed as a disruption, but in Russia, under Putin, her actions constitute a crime. What has happened to her? Well, we don't know. She disappeared shortly after this appearance on television. Under a new law, she could be sentenced to up to 15 years in prison for using the word war to describe Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But she was unbowed. Before her protest, she recorded a video which has been released through a human rights group. I want to read you what she said in this video. "Regrettably, for a number of years, I worked on Channel 1 and worked on Kremlin propaganda. I'm very ashamed of this right now," she said. "Ashamed that I was allowed to tell lies from the television screen. Ashamed that I allowed the zombification of the Russian people. We were silent in 2014 when this was just beginning. We did not go out to protest when the Kremlin poisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny." She continued, and I quote, "We are just silently watching this anti-human regime, and now the whole world has turned away from us." She told her countrymen and women, and I quote, "Only we have the power to stop all this madness. Go to the protest. Don't be afraid of anything. They can't imprison us all." Mr. President, I believe that if more ordinary Russians knew the truth about what Vladimir Putin is doing in Ukraine, they would join her protest. Russian media aren't reporting the truth, that Russia has lost more soldiers in the first 20 days of its invasion of Ukraine than America lost in 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Russian media aren't reporting on Russia's war crimes in Ukraine, like the horrific shelling last week of a children's and maternity hospital in Mariupol. Yesterday, we learned that the injured woman on the stretcher in this photo had died, as had her baby. It was a type of outrage which the American people will never forget and shouldn't. This was an intentional target, this maternity hospital, by Putin. He's bombed health clinics and hospitals across Ukraine. That's the type of person he is. That's the type of war he wages. That's the type of war criminal he is. Every one of these attacks is a violation of international law. At least 3 facilities that serve women and children have been subject to attack, and innocent civilians have been killed. Throughout Ukraine, continued explosions and the threat of shelling have forced hospital staff to move critically ill children and other patients into bomb shelters in the basements. Children suffering from cancer, wartime injuries, and other serious conditions have been forced to move to western Ukraine by bus and train. Throughout Ukraine, critical medications, insulin, cancer drugs, and other infusions are in short supply. But the world is responding. We've seen an outpouring of revulsion against Putin and his war crimes. But we've also seen an outpouring of compassion as governments and ordinary citizens step forward to aid Ukraine. Last Wednesday, a group of 9 doctors and nurses from the Chicago area flew to Poland to volunteer to help Ukrainians fleeing the war. They brought with them 167 suitcases filled with medicines and medical equipment. Advocate Christ Medical Center in Oak Lawn, Illinois, donated nearly $500,000 in equipment, all paid for in donations raised in just 72 hours. The group included Ukrainian Americans, Lithuanian Americans, Polish Americans, Syrian Americans, and Pakistani Americans. The trip was organized by a nonprofit group called Med Global. It was founded by a man who is my friend, and I'm proud to say that, an amazing Syrian-American doctor named Dr. Zahir Salul. Over the years, this organization has taken medical missions to Syria, Burma, and other places torn by the conflicts that do emerge in these areas. On this trip, the doctor and nurse spent 2 days in Lviv, providing medical care alongside Ukrainian doctors. They then returned to the Polish side of the border to provide aid to refugees in local hospitals. Let me say a word about the refugees that are currently inside Ukraine and leaving Ukraine. The estimate now that of the nation, a population of 40 million, Ukraine has more than 3 million refugees. Let me put that in perspective for a moment. 3 million refugees in a matter of 20 days of war. Can you imagine? If it were the United States and a similar proportion of the population, it would mean moving the state population of the state of Texas out of the United States in 3 weeks. That's what's happening because of the terrible war and invasion of Vladimir Putin. Providing medical assistance doesn't stop with what I've read to the record. Chicago is also blessed with one of the finest pediatric hospitals in America, Lurie Children's Hospital. Lurie Children's has shipped 1.25 tons of medical supplies and medical equipment to Ukraine. Staff at Lurie's Children are now exploring with federal officials how they might help bring some of Ukraine's most critically ill children to the United States for needed medical treatment. A hospital spokesman called me last week to say that she was initiating an effort nationwide in the United States to ask every children's hospital to pitch in. If there are kids in Ukraine or out of Ukraine now as refugees who are in desperate need of medical care, America is going to be there. I'm so proud of Lurie Children's and all the other children's hospitals across the United States. They're exploring the same opportunity and challenge. I applaud America's children's hospitals for answering the call over the next several days to provide medical support for pediatric patients in critical need. I urge our federal agencies to assist in logistical challenges. Together, we can save these children's lives. Tomorrow morning, a truly heroic leader, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, will address this virtual joint session of Congress. He will ask Congress and the American people to stand with Ukraine, to defend democracy and human dignity, and to bring this horrific war to an end. We must answer that call. This fight is not Ukraine's alone. This is a fight for democracy and the right of people to choose their own leaders, decide their own destiny. I'll close with these thoughts, one from Garry Kasparov, a chess grandmaster, Russian expatriate, fierce critic of Vladimir Putin. Yesterday, Garry Kasparov tweeted, and I quote, "Letting Putin crush Ukraine and murder thousands of innocents in a European war of conquest will redefine the world order. So would stopping him. We choose by action or inaction which world we want to live in. America should choose to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini." And one last point. Zelensky made a very important observation when it came to Putin and his future. I don't know if there are enough brave Russians to stand up to him. I hope there are, to depose him from power in that country. But if they don't, we are naive to believe that Ukraine is the end of his conquest agenda. He wants to restore the Soviet Union, and many of us know what that means. The Baltics, that means Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, as President Zelensky reminded us, would be the next target. They're small, they're near Russian populations, they're near Belarus, which has become a pawn of Vladimir Putin, and they're vulnerable. The only thing standing between the Baltics and subjugation by Vladimir Putin is the document known as the Nato Charter. It's an agreement of an alliance where every nation under that flag will stand to defend the other under attack. Most of us don't remember, but after 9/11, 2001, the NATO allies came together and said that the United States had been attacked under Article 5 and that they were willing to defend us if the terrorism continued. That's the kind of solidarity which we needed then and which the world needs now. The NATO alliance was unfortunately weakened under the last president, but they've come around now to become a powerful force. Just last week on Thursday, 10 of the ambassadors from European nations gathered in a room and talked to us about their solidarity behind our effort to support Ukraine. It was a positive meeting, a good feeling, and I'm glad that the NATO forces understand their responsibility and are prepared to defend these countries that are involved. One last point I want to make, because it is so outrageous, I believe it should be reported. The question really comes down to an interview of Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, by Jeanine Pirro on Fox television. He called Putin's invasion of Ukraine a project to rebuild a Soviet empire that had been, in the words of Donald Trump, quote, full of love, close quote. Full of love, a Soviet empire. Unfortunately, the former president has no knowledge of history, nor does he have any understanding as to what happened to the countries under the subjugation of the Soviet empire, how they were forcefully brought into that alliance, which they never wanted to be part of. He obviously doesn't recall that 4 million Ukrainians died in the famines of 1930s under Joseph Stalin's Soviet rule. At one point, Ronald Reagan called the Soviet Union an evil empire. For Donald Trump, it is, quote, full of love, close quote. How can he be so far wrong and not see the obvious, that Putin is not the spiritual man he was once identified as? He is a ruthless war criminal, and innocent people are paying the price for his outrages. Mr. President, if there was something else that's going on a domestic front, I'd like to enter into the record and ask unanimous consent they be placed in a separate part.
Without objection.
Mr. President, each of us kind of defines our career in Congress, what's important to us. And when I came to the House of Representatives, I had little planning behind the decision to take after the tobacco companies. My family was touched by tobacco death, as so many families are. I lost my father when I was a sophomore in high school. I was 14 years old. He was 53. He died from lung cancer. 2 packs of Campbell's a day did it to him. And I decided in the House of Representatives I would start to take what action I could to stop the tobacco companies and their deadly march across America. And so one of the things I did was to ban smoking on airplanes, put the law into effect, and it's changed dramatically, not just air travel, but life in America. I had no idea that that was a tipping point. And once we banned smoking on airplanes, people would say, well, why didn't you include schools or office buildings or hospitals or veterans facilities or buses or trains? And the dominoes kept falling. And now it is peculiar, it is strange, should someone walk into a room and light up a cigarette. It just doesn't happen. So that much was done. But the tobacco companies didn't stop, even after they were proven to be liars under oath before the United States House of Representatives when they were asked whether or not tobacco caused cancer. My new cause, again against the tobacco companies, relates to e-cigarettes and vaping. Mr. President, it's been 6 months. 6 months, that's how long past a court-ordered deadline for the Food and Drug Administration to finish its public health review of e-cigarettes. 6 months. As an attorney, if my client were 6 months late in meeting a court order, there would be major consequences. But for the FDA, it appears to be business as usual. Mind you, this is not some bureaucratic squabble. The issue at stake is whether or not the Food and Drug Administration will do its job to prevent children in America from getting hooked on e-cigarettes that are being peddled by big tobacco companies in violation of the law. You see, the Tobacco Control Act, law of the land, requires that tobacco products be reviewed by the FDA before they can even be sold. The law says tobacco companies must prove to the FDA their product is, quote, appropriate for the protection of public health. They can't meet that standard. Everyone knows it. If they don't meet it, they're not supposed to be sold in the United States, period. That's the law. But instead of doing its job, the FDA turned a blind eye for years at e-cigarettes and vaping. many funded by the largest cigarette corporations like R.J. Reynolds and Altria. Those companies flooded the market with flavored e-cigarettes meant to hook our kids. The result? Millions of children became addicted to e-cigarettes. Big Tobacco intentionally targeted children with trendy advertisements and fruit or candy-flavored nicotine products. These actions and FDA's failure to regulate e-cigarettes were a flagrant violation of existing law. So in 2019, a federal judge stepped in and called the agency out for its abdication of responsibility. The judge found that the Food and Drug Administration, quote, decided not to enforce the pre-market review provisions at all, end of quote. So the federal court gave the FDA a deadline. Listen carefully. It required the FDA to complete its review of the legality of all e-cigarettes being sold in the United States by September the 9th, 2021. When that deadline arrived 6 months ago, FDA announced that it denied millions of applications for e-cigarettes that had no business on the market. That was important and long overdue. However, a new trend emerged. Vaping companies, including many whose products had been denied by the FDA, were attempting to circumvent the law by reinventing their products. Many e-cigarette companies tried to use so-called synthetic nicotine. We know nicotine. It's the habit-forming drug that is included in tobacco cigarettes. So they decided that if they made nicotine not out of tobacco, but out of other chemicals, they would escape the reach of the law. The day after the FDA ordered Texas-based Vapor Salon to remove its products from the market, the company announced, quote, Vapor Salon is switching to tobacco-free nicotine. The main purpose of this is to be outside of the FDA regulation. They were very bold about it. They wanted to hook our kids with synthetic nicotine and were arguing the government couldn't stop them. The e-cigarette is one of the most popular with children. One of their products is known as Puff Bar. It uses synthetic nicotine to escape the reach of the FDA. They peddle these addictive cigarettes to our kids in flavors not designed for any adults. Listen to the flavors: blue raz, lemon ice, watermelon. FDA is asleep at the wheel, but Congress recognized this problem recently and did something about it. The fiscal year 2022 Omnibus bill that passed last week contains a bipartisan provision I worked on with Senators Collins and Murray. Our policy closes the synthetic nicotine loophole. When President Biden signs that law today, we are going to see this law go into effect and clarify the FDA has the authority to regulate synthetic nicotine products and to keep those e-cigarettes off the market. Congress is saying clearly that we will not allow predatory vaping companies to target kids for profit. Now it's the FDA's duty to do the same. I recently voted for the new director, Mr. Califf. Dr. Califf, and I said to him, I'm going to watch you, and I'm going to be on you like a hawk. You have a federal legal responsibility to stop these e-cigarettes from being sold to our kids. Don't waste time. I hope he doesn't. I hope the FDA will use the new authority. Juul and Puff Bar are two companies most responsible for fueling the youth vaping epidemic. They continue to be sold despite court-ordered deadlines and despite the fact that they use these kid-friendly flavors and tactics. So why has the FDA not removed them? Why are more teens and even preteens still getting hooked on e-cigarettes? FDA has the authority to clear all unauthorized e-cigarettes from the market and force their sellers to prove that their products, it's their legal responsibility to prove their products are appropriate for the protection of public health. Good luck. They're not going to be able to do that, and we know it. Last week, I led a bipartisan letter with Senator Romney, Republican of Utah, 13 other senators, saying to the FDA, do three things. Finish the review of e-cigarettes immediately. Reject the applications for e-cigarettes, especially kid-friendly flavors. And three, clear the market of all unapproved e-cigarettes. Last month, when the Senate approved Dr. Califf, I made it clear that I wanted to treat this matter as an urgent requirement and to clear the backlog. Congress has now given him every tool he needs. Today marks 1 month of his tenure as commissioner. Will he keep his word to me and so many others to protect kids from a lifetime of addiction? It's time for FDA to do its job and protect America's kids from big tobacco and their candy-flavored, sickness-causing e-cigarettes. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate and Quorum Call.
We're not.
Mr. President, Friday marked the first anniversary of the so-called American Rescue Plan, which is the Democrats' partisan $1.9 trillion spending spree. Now, fittingly, the anniversary arrived just one day after the release of February's inflation numbers, which marked the worst inflation since January of 1982. Mr. President, why do I say fittingly? Well, because the anniversary of the American Rescue Plan is basically the anniversary of our inflation crisis. While it's true that supply chain issues and the reopening of economies after COVID shutdowns created certain inflationary pressures, a big part of the reason for our current inflation crisis is Democrats' decision to pass the American Rescue Plan last March. Mr. President, the definition of inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. And that's exactly the situation Democrats helped create with their so-called American Rescue Plan. Democrats came into office mere weeks after Congress had passed a fifth bipartisan COVID relief bill totaling almost $1 trillion and meeting essentially all current pressing COVID needs. Our economy is well on its way to a healthy recovery, and the majority of states had the money they needed to deal with the pandemic. In short, it was abundantly clear that we were not in immediate need of trillions more in government spending. But that didn't stop Democrats. Now that they were in charge, they were eager to take advantage of the COVID crisis to begin implementing their big government vision. And so in the name of COVID relief, they pushed through a massive partisan $1.9 trillion spending piece of legislation filled with unnecessary spending and handouts to Democrat interest groups. Less than 9% of that $1.9 trillion spending bill was earmarked for actually combating COVID. The rest went to priorities like a $350 billion slush fund for states, a bailout for union pensions, rental assistance far in excess of anything that was needed, and the list goes on. Despite being billed as essential COVID relief, a substantial portion of the money appropriated will not be spent until 2022 or later. And despite the pressing need for workers to fill the millions of available job openings, Democrats created incentives for Americans to stay on unemployment instead of returning to work by extending enhanced unemployment benefits until September of 2021, long after they were likely to be needed. And so the end result of all this was entirely predictable. Democrats flooded the economy with unnecessary government money, and the economy overheated as a result. And you don't have to take my word for it. Here's what Steve Ratner, who served in the Obama administration, had to say in November, and I quote, "The original sin was the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan passed in March. The bill, almost completely unfunded, sought to counter the effects of the COVID pandemic by focusing on demand-side stimulus rather than on investment. That has contributed materially to today's inflation levels." End quote. Let me repeat that, Mr. President. This, according to Steve Ratner, who worked in the Obama administration, about inflation. He talked about the legislation passed last year by the Democrats. He said that this has contributed materially to today's inflation levels. Or, as another former Obama administration member put it, the United States has had much more inflation than almost any other advanced economy in the world, said Jason Furman, an economist at Harvard University and former Obama administration economic advisor, I should say. He went on to say, "The difference comes because the United States stimulus is in a category of its own." End quote. That, again, from another former Obama administration economist, Jason Furman. Mr. President, inflation started to rise almost as soon as the ink was dry on the American Rescue Plan, and it just keeps rising. February 7.9% inflation marks the worst inflation since January of 1982. January of 1982, 40 years ago, and Americans are struggling. Just going to the grocery store is taking up a larger and larger portion of Americans' paychecks. Ground beef is up 13%. Eggs are up 11%. Citrus fruits are up 16%. Chicken is up 13%. Milk, up 11%. Bacon and related products are up 18%. And on and on and on. In fact, one American quoted in the New York Times noted that bacon is now as expensive as filet mignon used to be. Ordinary goods are starting to feel like luxury objects as more and more families struggle to afford basic grocery items. A Washington Post columnist noted that a number of the price increases recorded for February were the highest annual increases ever recorded for those items, including an 8.4% increase in the price of baby food and an 11% increase in the cost of lunch meat. Mr. President, in a speech to House Democrats last week, the President suggested that he was, quote, sick of people saying that Democrats' reckless spending had helped cause our inflation crisis. This is what the President said last week, President Biden. And I quote, "The American people think the reason for inflation is the government is spending more money. Simply not true," he said. Well, Mr. President, there are a lot of economists who would disagree with him, including the two Democrat economists I've already quoted. And President Biden himself actually admitted in November that his stimulus checks help increase the demand fueling inflation. I'm sorry that President Biden is sick of having people point this out. But you know who else is sick and tired of things, Mr. President? The American people. They're sick and tired of facing massive price increases everywhere they look. They're sick of increasingly having to live paycheck to paycheck as they wonder just how much. The union address, the President discussed inflation and then outlined his hopes for massive new amounts of government spending. Spending that would unquestionably take an already bad inflation situation and make it even worse. It's nice that the President and congressional Democrats are now talking about our inflation crisis. But it would be even nicer if they would realize that it was their spending that helped trigger this crisis in the first place. Otherwise, we will continue to see Democrats push for ever bigger increases in government spending with correspondingly devastating price increases for American families. Mr. President, the American Rescue Plan was a bad deal for Americans. Let's hope that Democrats do not have the chance to double down on this legislation and make our current inflation crisis even worse. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum. Sorry.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are very few things that possess the power to change the course of history almost instantaneously. Information is one. Consider right now, citizens in Ukraine are holding one of the most ruthless, autocratic, and powerful men in the world, Vladimir Putin, accountable for his barbaric assault on their country, with their first-hand accounts being live-streamed from behind the battle lines. Putin is attempting to censor coverage of the bloody conflict by threatening to jail journalists and Russian citizens who dare use the word war to describe his unprovoked attack. Even the United Nations instructed its staff not to refer to Russia's military assault on Ukraine as a war or invasion. Yet, everyday Ukrainians are bypassing this blockade of information and exposing the Russian tyrant's atrocities in real time by sharing images of civilians standing up to the heavily armed Russian invaders, the innocent victims and destruction caused by the bombing, and captured Russian soldiers in tears testifying that they were lied to and misled into attacking a peaceful country. As a result, the people of Ukraine have rallied the world, including many Russians, behind their courageous struggle to preserve freedom and democracy against the largest military assault in Europe since World War II. This is the power of information. Authoritarians like Putin cannot hide their dirty deeds in the dark as long as light can be shined to expose the truth. It should serve as a reminder to every single American how important it is that we uphold and defend the fundamental principles of our nation that make us so great. In particular, our First Amendment. We should never take these American freedoms for granted. That's why it's important we celebrate the freedom of information every year during Sunshine Week. With widespread distrust in government and the media and big tech controlling what facts and opinions can even be shared, it's become increasingly important that each one of us has the power to access facts unfiltered, to arm us with information. Over the past half-century, a number of important laws have been passed by Congress to increase openness in government and give our citizens the right to know. These include the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, which allows access to government documents, and the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, which provides a detailed accounting of how, where, why, and by whom taxpayer dollars are being spent. To demonstrate the importance of these laws, let me give you a relatively simple example with potentially profound implications. In the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, I teamed up with my friends at the White Coat Waste Project to use a combination of these transparency laws to follow a trail of U.S. taxpayer dollars to China's state-run Wuhan Institute of Virology, where they were being used to pay for dangerous research on coronaviruses. The world is now demanding to know if these studies could have been the source of the COVID-19 pandemic that shut down our planet for the past 2 years and claimed the lives of millions around the globe. Regretfully, we still don't know the whole truth because Communist China refuses to cooperate and is instead destroying evidence and coercing investigators to dismiss any suggestions that the virus might have escaped from the lab. Even many within the free press of our own country, the scientific community, and big tech fell for the communist misinformation campaign, smearing anyone who even suggested the lab could have been the source of the outbreak as spreading conspiracy theories. We refused to be intimidated by this Communist Party propaganda and continued our search for the truth. We followed the science and the money and discovered the world was being told a story that was very much different from what was transpiring behind those closed doors. Thanks in part to a transparency law requiring the disclosure of details on projects paid for by U.S. taxpayers, we knew NIH was funding a group called EcoHealth to conduct experiments on coronaviruses that were obtained from bats in China. And that they were doing so in collaboration with the now infamous Wuhan Institute. White Coat Waste Project then used FOIA to obtain internal NIH emails, which revealed the agency was funding controversial gain-of-function research on coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute in 2016. They also revealed Dr. Fauci was told as early as January 2020 that COVID-19 looked engineered. Was this project paid for with your tax dollars somehow related to the release of the COVID-19 pandemic, which just happened to begin in the vicinity of the lab in Wuhan? EcoHealth might know the truth or even provide some clues, but the group's president refuses to answer questions. In fact, he organized a disinformation campaign to discredit scientists who dared to ask that question. EcoHealth also evaded a number of federal transparency laws requiring the disclosure of how our tax dollars are being spent. As a result, we still aren't even entirely sure how much of our money was sunk into subsidizing the unsafe state-run lab in communist China. Folks, we really deserve the answers. And if EcoHealth won't cooperate voluntarily, then that information will be obtained with subpoenas when Republicans are back in control of Congress. You can mark my words. This troubling situation demonstrates both the power and the shortcomings of transparency laws. Armed with information, citizens can uphold the government and make them accountable and expose malfeasance, but only if the laws are followed. And right now, many of these laws are all bark and no bite. So what can a civic-minded Iowan do to get answers from inside the DC Beltway bureaucracy? Well, if you know what they say, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. That is why I have introduced the Watchdog Act, which will establish within the White House a new Director of Openness. Yes, you got it, DOG, Director of Openness in Government, DOG, who will be the taxpayer's best friend. This top dog will hound our government bureaucrats to fetch the facts for our taxpayers. Agencies that are not providing information in a complete and a timely manner would be dogged until they do. In contrast to Russia, where the government controls and censors information, my bill creates a transparency czar to open government and spread information. Folks, we can't have gatekeepers of truth in a free society. That is why, under my bill, those who censor information rather than those who share it will be held accountable. The best way to restore trust in our public institutions and to discredit misinformation campaigns is by shining a light on what's really going on in Washington. And with the sun now setting an hour later every day, we are all reminded what a big difference a little bit of sunshine can make. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President?
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I ask that we dispense with quorum.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, the Senate passed a $1.5 trillion funding bill that the Democratic majority insisted was full of must pass, gotta have it, can't live without it provisions that the American people were demanding. Unfortunately, the reality of what made it into that bill doesn't match the fantasy my Democratic colleagues conjured up for the cameras. In reality, Mr. President, that is not government funding. That's a big government windfall. But for some reason, my Democratic colleagues think taxpayers will be happy to pay for their pet projects back home, all 4,400 of them. You just can't make this stuff up. The American people are really confused by this. They're also completely appalled by Joe Biden's refusal to secure the border, his refusal to invest in American energy independence, and his willingness to keep our economy entangled with the Chinese Communist Party. Every one of these points worry them. But what really scares them is the president's refusal. Joe Biden has caused a lot more problems than he solved during the first year of his presidency. and his constant pivots away from life or death problems have destroyed what little trust the American people had left in his ability to get the job done. They like to think that the president cares about what happens to them, the American people, the citizens, but they haven't seen any evidence to suggest that he is thinking about them. Last week, I was up on the plateau in Tennessee talking to Tennesseans. They're not seeing that out of this agenda. Why, they ask me, do their elected representatives take such drastic measures to do things that make their lives harder, that make their situations worse? They can't figure it out. Since Joe Biden and the Democrats took control, inflation has skyrocketed. We've become energy dependent on Russia. We've abandoned not one, but to lead, abandon the policies that kept the country from collapsing under the weight of the pandemic. And what has he replaced those policies with? Mandates, lockdowns that have made the country poorer, increased regulation that has stopped oil and gas exploration, increased regulation that's making it tougher on manufacturers, a push for higher taxes. That's what they're doing. And you know what? Administration is pushing as hard as they can towards socialism. The president needs to stop the spin. He needs to start listening to what people are saying, people across the country. Here's the thing. They don't want this president to fail. They don't want him to fail. They don't want this country to fail. So it means that the president is going to have to stop bowing to all of this environmentalism as a religion and climate change as a god. They need to stop that. They need to see, yes, we need to have an Operation Warp Speed to be energy independent. Pull everybody together, federal agencies, the private sector. We are the United States of America. And if we had the desire, we could do this. We could be energy independent once again. We could stand strong. We could stand strong against Russia, against Iran, against China, and the Chinese Communist Party. What that is going to require is an administration and a Democratic Party that has a vision for the greatness and goodness of this country. I think that what we have to do is, Mr. President, we have to lead the way in saying it is time to show respect for the American people, to listen to what they are telling us, and to make certain that we stand for this country, standing strong for future generations. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd also ask unanimous consent to be able to complete my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, as all America knows, prices at the gas pump are skyrocketing. Over the weekend, the average gas price in Texas exceeded $4 a gallon, and we typically have some of the cheapest gasoline in the country. But we didn't even cross that line during the Great Recession of 2008. But we know that gas prices are not the only commodity that is growing and that family budgets are strained by. Consumers are also paying more for everything from groceries to clothes to appliances. Folks in Texas and across the country want to know, what is President Biden's plan to address high gasoline prices? Last week, the president was, appropriately enough, asked this very question. His response? He said, "Can't do much right now. Russia is responsible." That's a quote. Russia is responsible. Well, people across the country know that the price of gasoline, the spike that we're experiencing now, preceded the invasion of Ukraine. Folks across the country can't afford to fill up their gas tanks to get to work, and the president points the finger at Vladimir Putin. Well, there's no question that the war in Ukraine exacerbated what was already an existing problem with the price of gasoline, but certainly it was not the cause of it. But the president conveniently omits the fact that gasoline prices were a problem long before Ukraine was attacked. For example, the week the president took office, Americans were paying an average of $2.38 a gallon. Month after month, those prices steadily climbed. By mid-May, the average price exceeded $3.10 a gallon. And by Thanksgiving, it was $3.30 a gallon. Just as a reminder, this was months before Russia invaded, which did not happen until February the 24th of this year. Even in the last full week before the invasion, gas prices were painfully high at $3.50 a gallon. So yes, prices have risen since the invasion, and there's no question that the Russian aggression is a factor behind price jumps in the past few weeks, but this was a pre-existing problem for which apparently the president had no solution. It is disingenuous for the administration to blame record-breaking prices entirely on Russia. During Biden's first year in office, from January of last year to January of this year, gas prices increased 40%. 40%. Those increases had nothing to do with President Putin and had everything to do with President Biden. One of the president's first actions on taking office was to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline. This pipeline would have given Canadian crude a quick and affordable path to refiners and processors in the United States, and then to global markets through the Gulf of Mexico. This increased supply would add to the domestic markets and top off the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and even make its way to our friends and allies overseas. Given the state of the world's energy security today, it's easy to see how the Keystone XL pipeline would have helped if the president had given it an opportunity. This project would have also brought serious economic gains in the form of good-paying jobs right here in America, increased tax revenue, and benefits for communities along the pipeline's route. But with the stroke of a pen, the president killed the Keystone XL pipeline and the many benefits that would have been provided in terms of our energy security and price of gasoline at the pump. And unfortunately, that was the beginning, but not the end, of the administration's flawed energy policies. Just a few days later, the Biden administration placed a temporary moratorium on all new leasing permits on federal lands, effectively sending more business to Russia and OPEC producers who he actually called upon to produce more oil. That's right, before the Russian invasion, President Biden called on OPEC, of which Russia is a member and of which Saudi Arabia is a dominant producer, to produce more oil overseas rather than to unleash American energy right here at home. Well, the administration later attempted to set the social cost of carbon, as it called it, at $51 a metric ton, a high and arbitrary figure designed to hamper fossil fuel production right here at home. And then it suspended oil and gas production in both Alaska and New Mexico. The administration even took aim at refiners. The U.S. relies on an expansive network of refiners to supply gasoline, diesel fuel, and other petroleum products. The renewable fuel standard requires refiners to blend a certain amount of renewable fuel, which is simply untenable for many small refiners. And small refiners disproportionately actually produce gasoline, which means that the pressure on these small refiners actually has a disproportionate impact on higher gasoline prices. But the Environmental Protection Agency has the authority to grant temporary exemptions to small refiners if compliance would cause it to suffer serious economic hardship. Those exemptions used to be pretty standard practice. President Obama and President Trump each granted dozens of exemptions while in office. But so far, President Biden has refused to grant a single exemption to small refineries. Small refineries are hurting, and unless President Biden finally grants some of these exemptions, some of them may be forced to close their doors, exacerbating again high energy prices. If fewer refiners are operating, gasoline prices will go up, not down. President Biden and his administration is not the only ones who have taken aim at oil and gas production here in America in the last year. Many of our colleagues who have argued that oil and gas production is somehow unnecessary or obsolete and can be replaced today with solely renewable energy have been misleading the American people in believing that we could make that transition today or any time in the near future. While renewable energy is an important part of our energy sources, in Texas we produce more electricity from wind than any other state in the nation. We believe in an all of the above energy policy. But I actually have heard members of the administration say one of the solutions for eliminating the importation of Russian oil would be to move entirely to renewables. Well, the Energy Information Administration, which is the official spokesman on these matters for the U.S. government, says that by the year 2050, 74% of our energy sources in America will still be fossil fuel. That's 4 times the amount of energy that can be produced by renewables. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to stay stuck on where we are now. We'll continue to look for new and innovative ways to add to our energy diversity and improve our climate and environment at the same time. But to suggest disingenuously to the American people that one way we can deal with cutting off Russian imports is simply to do away with oil and gas in America is a ludicrous statement. Well, other regulatory measures promoted by the administration have also discouraged American energy production, like the reckless tax and spending spree to pile even more costs and regulations on American oil and gas. For example, a methane tax on energy companies, banning offshore drilling, increasing onshore royalty fees, and putting domestic oil and gas producers in a chokehold. Now that gas prices have gone through the roof, some of our colleagues have come up with another unhelpful solution. They want to temporarily suspend the gas tax through November, which happens to be the elections. That is no coincidence. This idea has been soundly rejected by a number of times over the years by both Republicans and Democrats. In 2008, gas prices were soaring, and then presidential candidate Barack Obama attacked his opponents for endorsing a gas tax holiday, as many of our colleagues here in the Senate have endorsed currently. At the time, candidate Barack Obama, Senator Barack Obama, said this isn't an idea designed to get you through the summer, it's an idea designed to get you through an election. In short, this isn't a fix for high gas prices, it's a talking point for political campaigns and candidates. This is a gimmick to create the illusion of action while really doing nothing but draining the highway trust fund that we rely upon to build our roads and bridges. Still, a few of our colleagues in the Senate have offered a bill that would suspend the gas tax through the end of the year. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that a majority of the bill's sponsors are on the ballot this year. For more than a year now, Republicans have warned about the potential consequences of the attack on domestic energy production. We've highlighted the ways these policies could drive up prices, harm our energy security, and threaten that of our allies. Even as gas prices rose month after month, the Biden administration did nothing. They didn't attempt a mid-course correction. They didn't open this topic up for debate. They just stayed the course. Back in November, the Secretary of Energy was asked about increasing U.S. oil production. She literally laughed and said, "That's hilarious." Well, it certainly isn't funny now. Gas prices are now averaging $4.32 a gallon, and our allies are frantically trying to reduce their reliance on Russian oil and gas, which in many cases is their sole source. President Biden has tried to pin these problems squarely on Russia and Vladimir Putin, but the American people are smart. They know the truth. They know that high prices predated Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and they know about the war being waged on domestic energy production by some of our colleagues across the aisle. And they are smart enough to know that you can't believe President Biden when he says you can't do much about it because Russia is responsible. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. Senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the cloture motion on executive calendar number 718 be withdrawn, and that following disposition of the Young nomination, the Senate resume legislative session and proceed to the consideration of calendar number 305, SJ Res 37, with Senator Paul or his designee in control of 30 minutes, and the majority in control of the remaining time until 5:30 p.m., and that at 5:30 p.m., all remaining time on the joint resolution be yielded back, the joint resolution be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the joint resolution without intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
And with that, I yield the floor for a, I hope, happy event to my colleague, Senator Rubio.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
Let me cut right to the chase here before we get into statements. As of in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration of S-623, a bill to make daylight saving time permanent, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-623, a bill to make daylight saving time permanent and for other purposes.
Objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Rubio substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. And as the day goes on, I look forward to others will be coming to the floor here in a moment. You'll see it's an eclectic collection of members of the United States Senate in favor of what we've just done here in the Senate, and that's to pass a bill to make daylight savings time permanent. Just this past weekend, we all went through that biannual ritual of changing the clock back and forth and the disruption that comes with it. And one has to ask themselves after a while, why do we keep doing it? Why are we doing this? This really began back in 1918 as a practice that was supposed to save energy. And since then, we've adjusted it. Today, daylight savings time, which started out as 6 months, was extended to 8 months in 2005, clearly showing you where people's preference were. So we're doing this back and forth of clock changing for about 16 weeks of standard time a year. Now, I think the majority of the American people's preference is just to stop the back and forth changing. And then, but beyond that, I think their preference is, certainly at least based on today's vote and what we've heard, is to make daylight savings time permanent. I'll just tell you a couple of the reasons why I think that's important. There's some strong science behind it that is now showing and making people aware of the harm that clock switching has. We see an increase in heart attacks and car accidents and pedestrian accidents in the week that follow the changes. The benefits of daylight saving times have also been accounted for in the research. For example, reduced crime as there's light later in the day. We've seen decreases in child obesity, a decrease in seasonal depression that many feel during standard time. And then the practical one, and then one that I've witnessed with my own eyes. In many parts of this country, understand we're a country, we desperately want our kids to be outside, to be playing, to be doing sports, not just to be sitting in front of a TV or a computer terminal or playing video games all day. And it gets really tough in many parts of the country to be able to do that. Because what ends up happening is, especially for these 16 weeks a year, if you don't have a park or an outdoor facility with lights, you're basically shut down around 5 p.m., in some cases as early as 4 or 4:30 p.m. And these lights in parks and things like that are expensive, and then a lot of communities are resistant to them, right? It makes it tough to do. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've watched sporting events be called, youth sporting events be called in the middle or near the end of the game before it's actually concluded because there's not enough lights. So I just think that's one of the practical reasons why, if you look at the way we live in this country, you want to have the ability to spend more time in the evenings outdoors, not just to enjoy the outdoors, but to make sporting and outdoor activities available for people at a time when, frankly, we're losing an hour and a half in some parts of the country because of daylight. So I'm hoping that after today, this will go over to the House. They'll act quickly on it. I know this is not the most important issue confronting America, but it's one of those issues where there's a lot of agreement. And I think a lot of people wonder why it took so long to get here. So my hope is that after we're done here today, that the House will take it up, that the House will pass it, the President will sign it. I just want to lay out one caveat. This bill and the amendment does delay its implementation, and the reason why, and I asked, believe me, I asked, why are we delaying this, is, and I think it's important, we're delaying it until November 2023, is because airlines, the rails, all transportation methods, others have already built out schedules based on the existing schedule, on the existing timeline of this, and so they've asked for a few months here, in addition from the industry like broadcasters and airlines, to make that adjustment. But the good news is if we can get this passed, we don't have to keep doing this stupidity anymore. And why we would enshrine this in our laws and keep it for so long is beyond me. But hopefully this is the year that this gets done. And pardon the pun, but this is an idea whose time has come. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, I want to join with the senator from the Sunshine State, letting him know that the senator from the Bay State, the senator from the Ocean State, we share a common agenda. We bridge ideological divisions. Liberal Democrats from the Northeast, conservative Republicans from Florida, coming together to show that this institution can work. And why is that? Well, it's because we know that daylight savings time helps to turn the corners of people's mouths upwards into a smile. It's sunshine and smiles. We've only had daylight savings time so far for 2 days, but all across the country, people are out in the evening with the extra daylight. Little League can start. People taking their evening walks feel more safe. People can just walk down to the town square knowing that the daylight is out there. And so this is something that should be bipartisan. It should bring us all together. And I thank the senator from Florida for his leadership on this issue. And so many people are wondering, can the Congress work? And I think here is something that does have a big impact on every American life. And getting that extra hour of daylight, of sunshine into people's lives is absolutely essential. So we've been working, together to once and for all deal with this issue of springing forward and falling back. And that's to make daylight saving time permanent. This past Sunday, Americans had to once again change their clocks, all because of the outdated government policy on daylight saving time. This biannual ritual of toggling between daylight saving time and standard time isn't just an inconvenience to people everywhere. It has real repercussions on our economy and our daily lives. Studies have found that year-round daylight savings time would improve public health, public safety, energy policy, mental health, and especially important commitment after this cold and dark COVID winter. Seasonal affect disorder is real. And when they get that extra hour of sun in the evening, it helps tens of millions of people all across the country to finally put the winter into a rearview mirror. But let's be honest, spring really starts when we spring forward to daylight saving time. So daylight saving time brings sunshine, smiles, and savings to every person in the country. And more evening sunshine also leads to fewer traffic fatalities, increased economic activity, and more recreation time. From after-work shopping to Little League games and family bike rides, an extra hour of evening sunshine puts a spring in our step and offers a great reason to get outside and enjoy the outdoors. The case for permanent daylight saving time is clear, so let's go from polar to solar. Let's finally make that change in our country, because cutting back on the sun during the fall and winter is a drain on the American people. We must pass the Sunshine Protection Act and make daylight saving time permanent once and for all. This is an opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to come together and do something that really helps the American people feel better about themselves every single day of the year. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I'm happy to bring the voice of the Ocean State to the floor today as an original co-sponsor of Senator Rubio's bill to make daylight savings time permanent. I hope very much that we can actually agree to this on the floor today and hope for similar action in the House. Pretty much everybody in Rhode Island experiences the same thing on that unhappy day in early November. It's usually the 6th or the 7th, when suddenly an hour of your day, an hour of your daylight disappears, and dusk comes an hour earlier. And it is a sad time. People are unhappy. It does darken our lives in a very literal sense. And by the time you get from November, when we fall back, to the shortest day of the year in December, the 21st, I think it is, we have sunset in Rhode Island at 4:15. 4:15. That means everybody is driving home. If they work regular 9 to 5 hours, they are driving home in the pitch dark. And there's no real need for it. So let's make it 5:15 instead. Now, granted, there are people who are up between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning who will lose their hour of daylight. But there are a lot fewer people up and about between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning than there are between 4:15 and 5:15 in the afternoon. And particularly in that afternoon hour, that's when kids have come home from school, and you'd like to have them run around outside a little bit more. That's when people are doing errands, and it would be nice if there were some daylight for that. So I am eager to be rid of fallback, and this would give us a chance for Americans all across the country to be rid of fallback, to make daylight savings time permanent, and to add a little sunlight into most people's lives. With that, I'll recognize the distinguished chairman of our Help Committee.
Madam President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today the Senate has finally delivered on something Americans all over the country want: to never have to change their clocks again. My colleague, Senator Rubio, and I have finally passed the Sunshine Protection Act, a bipartisan bill to finally make daylight savings time permanent. This past weekend, Americans from Washington State to Florida had to lose an hour of sleep for absolutely no reason. This is a burden and a headache we don't need. Any parent who has worked so hard to get a newborn or a toddler on a regular sleeping schedule understands the absolute chaos changing our clocks creates, and for no good reason. There is enough going on as it is, and we can fix this one inconvenience and stress pretty easily. And if the House follows the lead of the United States Senate, we can make it so no one anywhere has to change their clocks by making daylight saving time permanent. I hope my colleagues in the House and everyone can understand no one wants to see the sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which it currently does in the winter for those of us on the West Coast. In just this Congress, we have passed major bipartisan bills to strengthen supply chains and promote American manufacturing and make a generational investment in our infrastructure. Let's keep up that bipartisanship and make daylight savings time permanent. Voters throughout the Pacific time zone have made clear they are ready for permanent daylight savings time. In California, Oregon, Idaho, and my home state of Washington, we have all passed laws to adopt permanent daylight saving time as soon as Congress acts. So many other states are on the same page. These states need us to take action at the federal level. This is a simple, common sense measure that we can all take back to our constituents that does away with a completely unnecessary inconvenience in everyone's lives. No more dark afternoons in the winter. No more losing an hour of sleep every spring. We want more sunshine during our most productive waking hours. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Americans want more sunshine and less depression. People in this country, all the way from Seattle to Miami, want the Sunshine Protection Act. We got it passed here in the Senate. Now the clock is ticking to get the job done so we don't have to switch our clocks again. So I urge my colleagues in the House to act swiftly, as we have done, to get this bill on President Biden's desk and deliver sunshine to Americans across the country. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Senator from Rhode Island.
just for anybody watching, in case it's not clear what happened, this just passed.
Oh, the Senate's in a quorum call.
This just passed.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
Let me ask unanimous consent that the Senate exit the quorum call.
Without objection.
And let me make it clear to anybody who is watching.
Senator from Rhode Island.
That they just saw this measure pass. We have just passed the bill to end the return from daylight savings time to make daylight savings time permanent. Our session of the Senate with the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And with that, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
initiate vitiate a quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Have trouble with that word. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to our colleagues on both sides of the aisle for getting out here today and starting down the road to making daylight savings time permanent. I cannot overstate how grateful I am that this bill has passed this chamber just a few minutes ago by unanimous consent. It's especially timely given that we all had to change our clocks this past weekend, and we're now experiencing longer, sunnier days. But it would be better news if longer, sunnier days were a new norm and not a cause for a temporary seasonal celebration, which is why I hope my colleagues in the House of Representatives pass this bill quickly. The practice of springing forward impacts folks across the nation and has a far-reaching benefit beyond the obvious, but enjoyable hour of daylight brings happy times to everybody. Alabamians have made this clear. Since I joined Senator Rubio in the effort to pass the Sunshine Protection Act, the phones in my office have been absolutely ringing off the hook in support of permanently adopting daylight savings time. Moms and dads who want more daylight time before putting their kids to bed, so dinner time doesn't feel like bedtime. Elderly people who want more sun in the evenings in order to take a walk, enjoy working in their yards. Farmers who could use the extra daylight to work in the fields. For them, it's a better business model and adds to the bottom line. But it's not just people in the state of Alabama. Americans across the country want to make daylight savings time permanent. In fact, it is worth noting that this bill has bipartisan support, evidenced by the fact that it passed with no objection here in the Senate mere moments ago. It is no secret how rare that is here in this chamber. Locking the clock or doing away with twice-a-year time change is a simple measure that would have far-reaching results. For example, from a health perspective, cases of SAD, or seasonal affective disorder, are much more common in the winter months than in the summer months. From an economic perspective, the time change cost the U.S. economy an estimated $430 million annually when accounting for lost productivity. It is simply common sense to update this outdated practice. Daylight savings time began as a temporary measure during World War I to conserve energy. But in the last century, our world has changed dramatically. What might have made sense during 1918 does not make sense today. That is why Alabama, along with 17 other state legislatures, have passed legislation or resolutions to flip the switch on this outdated practice and permanently increase our daylight hours. But these changes on the state level cannot take place until the federal law is passed. We've taken the first step today in the Senate by passing this bill. Now it's in the House's side. So again, thanks to Senator Rubio and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I hope the House acts quickly so we can get this to the President's desk and get the results that the American people want, and that is more sunshine. I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I come to the floor today to talk about American energy. Joe Biden is the president of high prices and of low approval ratings. Just yesterday, a gallon of gas sold for the highest price ever in the United States, and inflation is at a 40-year high. Now, the American people clearly understand that radical Democrat energy policies, they're the cause of these high prices, the prices that people are paying every time they go to the pump to fill up. Now, on Thursday, the White House admitted that in terms of these high prices, they admitted it's going to get worse. Now, of course, Democrats are trying to blame Vladimir Putin for the high price at the pump. Well, to me, it is dishonest and it is desperate. Vladimir Putin didn't cause the inflation crisis that began in this country 12 months ago. Now, Vladimir Putin has cashed in on America's inflation crisis. He's done it by selling more energy at high prices, and he's done it for more than a year. It has been his cash cow. America's inflation crisis is specifically the result of Democrat spending and Democrat attacks on American energy. The two combined have added to the situation that we're in now, attacking American energy and massive spending. Last March, Joe Biden signed the single most expensive spending bill in American history. Even his own experts warned him not to do it. Democrat economist expert Larry Summers, who had been Treasury Secretary for President Clinton, he warned that this is going to cause inflation. Last February, the former Obama and Clinton advisor wrote in the Washington Post, quote, this is from Larry Summers, there is a chance that stimulus on a scale closer to World War II levels will set off inflationary pressures. He said inflationary pressures of a kind that we have not seen in a generation. He was exactly right. That's what's happened. That's why we're at a 40-year high of inflation, and that's a generation. Obama advisor Jason Furman said the same thing. He said that bill was, quote, definitely too big. He said, I don't know any economist, he said, who are recommending something the size of what President Biden was doing. Yet, Joe Biden proved to be hard of hearing, refused to listen to what they had to say, signed the bill anyway, put $2 trillion on our nation's credit card, and he flooded the country with government cash. Ever since then, this country has been in an inflation upward spiral. At the same time, Joe Biden has also had a stranglehold over American energy supply. He announced it during the campaign and enforced it the day he took office. Now, Madam President, energy is called the master resource for a reason. It powers our economy, powers our military, powers our nation. It's critically important. When the price of energy goes up, so does the price of everything else. Well, starting on his first day in office, Joe Biden has waged an all-out war on American energy. He shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, and he bragged about it. No hiding from this one. He shut down oil and gas leases on federal lands. He bragged about that as well. He shut down exploration for energy in the Arctic. It was always interesting to see the senior senator from Alaska, Senator Murkowski, come to the floor and say over the last year that we're using more energy from Vladimir Putin's Russia than we are from Alaska, her home state, in terms of oil. Those are because of Joe Biden's policies. Now his lackeys at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission are making it almost impossible to build gas pipelines, to move gas from where it's explored to where it's needed. As a result, we are today actually producing a lot less energy than we were prior to the pandemic. I heard the White House spokesperson, she talked about the fact that we're at record high. We're not. We're at about 1.3 million barrels of oil a day, fewer now being produced in the United States than we were prior to the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we were number one in production in the world. Now we're number 3 behind Saudi Arabia and behind Russia. What does lower supply of American energy mean? Well, supply and demand. Lower supply means higher prices. When Joe Biden took office, a gallon of gas was at $2.38. It went up every month. 12 of the last 13 months, the price of gas kept going up at the pump. 12 of the 13 months Joe Biden has been in the White House, the price of gas went up. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin was laughing all the way to the bank. Joe Biden must be patting himself on the back right now about banning Russian oil, something it took him kicking and screaming to do after bipartisan members in the House and the Senate came together and said, you got to stop doing this. It took him a couple of extra weeks to come to the realization that this body in the House, in a bipartisan way, were opposed to the delays, the ongoing delays of this administration. Now Joe Biden has his latest excuse for inflation. He says it's Vladimir Putin. American people aren't buying it. In record numbers, they're not buying what the president is trying to sell. The American people haven't forgotten the past year. It's been a year of high prices. It's been a year of misery and pain for families all across the country. For Joe Biden, it's been a year of excuses. The excuses keep changing, but they are ongoing. First, he said inflation was transitory. He said it month after month after month after month. And then remember when he said inflation was a good thing? Then, of course, he blamed corporate greed. Always looking for somebody else to blame, always trying to pass the buck. Now he says inflation, which has been crushing American families. He said it was because of Vladimir Putin just 3 weeks ago. Mr. President, people have been suffering under inflation and their wages haven't been keeping up with the rising prices in this country for well over a year since you took office. People recognize that. They remember the pain and the suffering and trying to go through Christmas, whether they could decide to afford gifts for the family. Families that had to decide, living on a fixed income, if they could afford to eat or to heat their homes. That was all before Putin, and they haven't forgotten, Mr. President, even though you may not think they remember. They do. Well, it's now 8 months until our election, and I know we're going to hear a lot more excuses from the Democrats in Washington between now and November 8th. And I expect the excuses are going to change a couple of more times. None of the excuses are going to be believable, so they'll keep trying to come up with another one. Inflation sure wasn't transitory, not for a full year, not to a point where we're now at the 40-year high for inflation. How about that idea when the president said inflation was a good thing? Actually, we heard it from the White House press secretary. We heard it from the White House chief of staff. And they said inflation is a sign of high demand. If our economy is doing so well, why don't the American people believe it? What kind of fantasy land is the president living in? According to the Washington Post, Joe Biden's approval rating on the economy, how well he's doing in the economy, is out of 100 points, he's at 37% approval. These are record low numbers. Now, so Democrats can use their arguments all that they want. I think it just makes Americans want to reject anything the Democrats are trying to sell. Democrats are right about corporate greed, then why have Democrats done nothing about it? They've run Washington for the past full year, plus a couple of months. Democrats have had the time to introduce plenty of bills, bills to raise taxes, bills to take over elections, bills to pack the Supreme Court from 9 up to 13 members, bills to make Washington, D.C. a state. What can they point to as an accomplishment to actually address and lower inflation? That's what the American people want. Just this past weekend, the studies are out. What's the number one concern of the American people? It's inflation. What are the Democrats doing about it? Nothing. They're making it worse. So we're living in this world where the Democrats in the White House continue to spin one story after another, and Democrat spokesmen for the party continue to try to convince the American people. Don't believe your own two eyes, believe them. The American people are smarter than that. So Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. It's about a year after the inflation crisis began. It is a great human tragedy and is heartbreaking. Tomorrow, members of this body will be having a video address by President Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, a heroic and courageous individual who is leading his nation with stubborn courage, historic patriotism, fighting for freedom. To try to tie this to the inflation that the American people have been suffering through for the last year is just wrong. 2021 was the worst inflation in 40 years, long before Putin invaded Ukraine. By the time Putin invaded Ukraine, gas prices were up in the United States more than $1 a gallon, and America was more addicted to Russian oil, because that's what Joe Biden wanted. He wanted us to need more Russian oil. But that didn't stop Joe Biden from trying to blame the whole thing on Putin. So former Obama advisor Steve Ratner put it this way: this is Joe Biden's inflation, and he needs to own it. Over the weekend, Larry Summers said this. He said the president was wrong. He's talking about Joe Biden. He said the president was wrong to blame this month's inflation number on the war in Ukraine. Larry Summers went on to say everyone had been expecting from the time before Putin launched the invasion that inflation was going to accelerate. He went on to say this is a consequence fundamentally of an overheated economy. He said we're not going to have a final solution until we do something about the overheated economy. A full year has passed, 1 year in office, 40-year high of inflation, and a year full of excuses by a president whose excuses do not add up. What adds up is the fundamental fact that American families spent $1,000 more on energy during Joe Biden's first year as president than they did the previous year. And it's going to be worse this year. The time for excuses is over. There is no excuse for restricting American energy production. Democrat senators spent 10 months denying that there even was inflation and doing nothing about it. Yet now some Democrats in this body are talking about making it even worse. They've introduced multiple bills to raise taxes. Astonishingly, one of the bills they've introduced is to raise taxes on American energy. They already tried that last year with their reckless tax and spending spree. Now it seems like some of them want to do it again. Well, if you put more taxes on American energy, what's that going to do? It's going to raise the price even higher. Higher costs on producers are going to become higher costs on the customers. People don't want us to raise costs. They want us to reduce costs. That's what they're complaining about. That's what we've gotten as a result of the Biden policies. We need to break this chokehold that the Democrats and the Biden administration have on American energy. So how do we do that? Well, 2 weeks ago, I led a letter with every Republican on the Senate Energy Committee, and we sent it to President Biden the morning after the State of the Union address. We gave him a list of 10 specific actions that he could take today to produce more American energy and bring down the cost for American families. Step one would be to end his executive order on oil and gas leases on federal lands. Half of my home state of Wyoming is federal lands. There's an abundance of energy there. The American people need it. It will help reduce costs for families. It will actually bring tax revenue into the government, both the state as well as the federal government. But yet, Joe Biden's not interested. Joe Biden's executive order has no basis in science, no basis in law. It needs to be rescinded today. fact that some people have leases to explore for energy, a small number, is no excuse for the president's actions. Over 4,000 leases are waiting permission to drill right now. They have a lease, but they're tied up in red tape and cannot get permission to drill from the government. So even if you have a lease, you need to then get permission from the government to use the lease. They had to approve those leases today. But we need to go further. We need a long-term commitment from the government of the United States to produce American energy to help American families. Leases take years to explore and to develop. You need a commitment that's going to last long term. No one's going to make those kinds of investments if they think Joe Biden is going to shut them down again the next day. Now, American energy companies have a lot of good reasons not to trust Joe Biden, not to trust those who he has, the anointed ones who he has appointed to high positions in the government. If you just take a look at Joe Biden's nominees, they're a murderer's row of climate elitists and climate alarmists. And those are the ones that call the tune for this president. If you take a look, if you took a year of Joe Biden's energy policies and take a look at what's happened over the past year that got us here today, and you explain that to the American public and you say, what do you think about this as they're filling up their tank? Two-thirds of them would say, under these Biden policies, two-thirds would say, the country's heading in the wrong direction. That may be every Republican. It's also a lot of independents, and it's also some Democrats as well who have buyer's remorse at what they've gotten from this president. It's going to take time to repair the damage. We need to start today. The time for excuses and blame from this administration needs to be over. The American public is demanding American energy, and we need it now. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I am on the floor today. Oh, excuse me. Request that proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm here on the floor today to make what I consider to be a super cool announcement. And I think my colleagues know well that I am a fan of the last great race, the Iditarod, and I am shameless in my promotion of not only the exceptional athleticism of the mushers themselves, but the canine athletes. And Madam President, as an athlete yourself, I think you can appreciate the endurance training that it takes to be a qualified and truly an exceptional athlete. And today we're able to celebrate an extraordinary musher and an extraordinary team. It was just a little over a week ago, last Sunday morning, that, well, actually it was Saturday that I was in Anchorage for the ceremonial start of the Iditarod. It takes place downtown in Anchorage. We have to truck snow in. We close off all the downtown streets. Not too many cities actually bring the snow in, but we brought the snow in, dumped it around the street, closed the streets. Mushers come to town from all over the state, 49 mushers this year. They bring their sled dogs in. Along the sides of the chutes are thousands of Alaskans and thousands of visitors, the people who come from around the country and around the world to launch these extraordinary teams down the street. Everybody all bundled up. It was one of those days that was just picture perfect for the start of an Iditarod. It was big, huge snowflakes coming down, making everything white. The dogs are jumping in their traces, just straight up, just bouncing up with excitement, and the yipping and the howling was just, it was excitement that was contagious. And to be out there in the chutes, wishing the racers luck, cheering them on before they embark on their 1,000-mile journey to the north, it's an experience that I would encourage anyone, whether you are a canine lover or not, those of you who understand the value of working dogs and what they mean and how they love to do what they do. The Iditarod is an experience like none other. This was the 50th anniversary. For 50 years now, the Iditarod has been going from South Central in the Willow area all the way up to Nome. Again, 49 teams entered. These mushers face some pretty challenging conditions. You're going over terrain that is mountain range and down into gorges. You are on flat glare ice going across Norton Sound, howling winds, driving snow. It is a mental task. It is a physical task. And truly one of endurance. Keep in mind that most are thinking, wait, this is Alaska in the wintertime, it's cold, but in fairness, the teams actually prefer to be running at night when the temperatures are cooler. So they're running truly based on the dog's schedule, the endurance, but not necessarily in the tamest of conditions. This is not only a race where we celebrate the musher and their teams, but we also celebrate the volunteer spirit that comes with this. This is an extraordinary race, over 1,000 miles, going through some of the most extreme wilderness that you will encounter. And then occasionally along the way, small villages that are used as checkpoints or opportunities for the many volunteers to basically gather. There's about 1,500 people who volunteer to put this race on. So those who set the trail markers, who set out there with their snow machines to mark that trail, it's nothing more than like a a wood marker that you would get at Home Depot or Lowe's with a little painted orange on it. That's the sophistication of this. This is what guides the team in a blizzard. But the veterinarians that are there, 4 to 5 vets cycle through each checkpoint because each dog needs to be checked every time they go through their checkpoint. All these folks come from all around the country to volunteer. They pay for their flights up, they take a week off work, and they're there to support not only the race, but they're there to support gold standard canine care. And so it's also a celebration about the volunteers. This is such a great part of our state's heritage, our culture. Again, you can tell I get a little enthusiastic about it. Even my necklace, Madam President, is a dog sled with a musher on it. So this is the time of year that I like to celebrate it. So this morning at 5:39 a.m. Alaska Standard Time, so about 11:30 here in D.C., 8 days, 14 hours, 38 minutes since beginning a roughly 1,000-mile race, Brent Sass and his team of 11 dogs crossed the finish line. So here's Brent with his 2 dogs, yellow roses flown in from, don't know where those yellow roses came from, but they certainly weren't from Nome, Alaska. But that man has traveled with his team for 8 days now, 14 hours, 38 minutes to win the 50th Iditarod. I had a chance to talk to Brent by phone just about an hour after he went into Nome. He sounded pretty vibrant, pretty excited, pretty happy. I had talked to him in the starting gate on Saturday, and I said, Brent, I think this is your time. I think this is your time because you have proved yourself year over year in the Iditarod and certainly in the Yukon Quest. Brent lives in Eureka, Alaska, on a homestead that was established back in the 70s. He's a pretty seasoned musher. He took part in his first Iditarod back in 2012. He got Rookie of the Year that year. He's a 3-time Yukon Quest champion. So the Yukon Quest runs a different race. It's from Canada into Alaska. It is also a 1,000-mile race. It is equally arduous and extraordinarily difficult. He took first place in the Yukon Quest in 2015, 2019, and 2020. So a couple little quick stories here, Madam President, because I know I don't have much time, but this guy is pretty exceptional. He's not only a strong competitor, but the care that he provides his dogs is amazing. One story from 2016, Brent was getting ready to leave the White Mountain checkpoint. It's about 77 miles from the finish line in Nome. He was teed up here to win 3rd place, and depending on where you are in the rank is how much of the purse you will take home. And if he was going to make 30, it was going to be at about a $44,000 prize money. But he's getting ready to leave the checkpoint, and his dogs said, nope, we're not moving. So think about it. You're that close to $44,000, you're 77 miles from the finish, and your dogs have said, this has been a long trek, and this is where we're stopping to just rest. So Brent Sass didn't push those dogs. He waited as they rested. And when they were ready, he took it slow, he took it steady, brought them to the finish line. He ended up placing 20th instead of the 3rd. And he did that for his team. And for that, he was recognized twice with the Vet's Choice Award for the care that he shows his dogs. But it's not just his team that Brent is known for taking care of. He's also known for taking care of his competitors along the trail. There was a headline a few years back that said, Sass to the rescue again. And time after time, Brent has been highlighted for acts of heroism on the trail. In vicious storms, he's helped mushers and their dog teams reunite after becoming separated on the trail. And keep in mind, there's no rescue team out there. It's you. And if you're lucky enough to have somebody else come upon you, fortunately. But during one race, a fellow musher was at risk for scratching the race, and instead of leaving him behind, as many competitors might have done, Brent helped him scale Eagle Summit so he could stay in the race. But one of the most notable rescues took place in 2011 on the trail of the Yukon Quest. Hans Gott, he was a four-time champion. He was stalled out. He wasn't able to clear the summit. The weather conditions were awful. So Hans did the only thing that he could do, which is to hunker down into a sleeping bag in these horrible winds, the driving cold snow. Brent sled comes upon Hans, sees that he's on the verge of hypothermia. He hooks his sled to the back of his own, and he hauls both teams up over the summit. And Brent credits his then lead dog, Silver, for guiding them to safety in these awful and harsh conditions. And a result of their teamwork and heroism, the Quest created the Silver Legacy Award in Silver's honor. Brent claims that to be one of the proudest moments of his life. I wish that I could have been there this morning at 5:39 in Nome to watch Brent cross the finish line as a first-time Iditarod champ with his team. But even from afar, we can hear the Alaskans celebrating Brent for his incredible feat. So to Brent Sass, we celebrate you. We thank you for the care that you show your dog team, your character, how you show what it means to be a true competitor, and for representing the great state of Alaska so well. And to all the others that are still on the trail, we wish you well and safety and Godspeed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 2 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Shalanda Young's nomination to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Young has done an exemplary job serving as OMB's acting director for the past year. She is a dedicated public servant and a proven leader. She has played a key role in the administration's efforts to help the nation recover from the pandemic. She has worked closely with Congress to pass the historic bipartisan infrastructure package, and she is truly committed to making the federal government work better for the American people. I have absolutely no doubt that Ms. Young is the right choice to lead the OMB going forward. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to confirm Shalanda Young to be the director of OMB.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination.
Ayes and nays?
Is there sufficient seconds? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capital. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Collins, Kramer, Durbin, Heinrich, Lujan, Menendez, Murphy, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Sinema, Stabenow, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Haggerty, Inhofe, Rounds, and Scott of Florida. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Hoban. Mr. Hoban, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no.
Vote, the yeas are 61, the nays are 36, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 37, of Joint Resolution 37, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 305, SJ Res 37, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by Centers for Disease Control and Prevention relating to requirement for persons to wear masks while on conveyances and at transportation hubs.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 37, which we are now considering and which we will vote on at 5:30. This is a resolution that would use the CRA process to undo the CDC guidance requiring use of masks on transportation, planes, buses, trains, and some transportation hubs. I think this is an issue that should be discussed, and possibly, to use a medical metaphor, a scalpel should be used to make it just right. Unfortunately, the CRA process is a meat cleaver, and this is not the kind of thing we should be using a meat cleaver against. If Resolution 37 passes, it could lead us to be extremely vulnerable if there were a resurge in coronavirus cases, as we are seeing in other nations like Germany. Let me explain. The CDC imposed a mandate to wear masks on transportation in February of 2021. Again, planes, buses, trains, and train and bus stations, as well as airports. We all know that the CDC has recently examined the caseload of COVID-19 in the country and dropped their mask recommendations for most of the nation. About 98% of the American population now live in communities where there is no mask recommendation. Thank goodness. Not even indoors. That's great. But in some parts of the country, some parts of my Commonwealth, infection rates are still so high that the mask recommendation for wearing indoors is still one that the CDC strongly recommends. The CDC mandate with respect to masks on transportation was set to expire on March 18, Friday, On Friday, March 18, it was set to expire. After the CDC dropped the recommendation about wearing masks indoors, the CDC decided to extend the mask requirement on transportation for 1 month, from March 18 to April 18. Why did they do that when they were dropping the mask recommendation indoors for much of the country? Well, the reason was pretty obvious, and they explained it. Here's the problem with transportation. You might board a bus, plane, or train in an area with low infection, but pass through areas of high infection and end up in an area of high infection. And so transportation is a little bit different than what should the rules be in an indoor venue in my hometown of Richmond or in communities in Connecticut where the presiding officer lives. So what the CDC said is, we're going to take an additional month and we're going to analyze the science around closed spaces, transportation venues, and we're going to look at this issue of traveling from one community to another, and then we'll come up with a best recommendation and best guidance with respect to mask mandates in transportation. That sounds very reasonable to me. Very reasonable to extend the mask requirement by 1 month. And I would argue to my colleague, Senator Paul, this is his resolution, we should be weighing in with the CDC and giving them best guidance, and obviously they're considering what science is recommending. They're in dialogue with the transportation industry that has strong feelings about that, and then seeing what guidance the CDC comes up with in April before the April 18 deadline to which they've extended. That would be reasonable. But what this resolution does is not reasonable. It not only wipes out the mask requirement, it wipes it out forever. It states that the CDC no longer will have the authority to impose a mask requirement in transportation unless or until this body passes new legislation allowing them to do so. That legislation in the Senate would require 60 votes. I would venture to argue that there is no way in the politicization of COVID that a piece of legislation giving the CDC the power to do mask mandates in transportation would get 60 votes in this chamber. So if Resolution 37 passes, we will have taken away from our premier health organization the ability to impose a mask mandate if it's necessary. Now, I pray that it's not necessary. I'm happy to see the reduction in COVID caseloads in Virginia and across much of the nation, but there are parts of Virginia where the caseloads are still high and where masks are still recommended. And there are parts of every one of our states or commonwealths where the infection rates are still high and masks are still recommended. And so it's fine to wish that COVID is going away. I mean, Lord, do we all wish that it's going away? But we know that in some parts of the country it isn't. And we also know, if we're looking at the data internationally, that China is experiencing a significant upsurge. Germany is experiencing a significant upsurge. And so what if we face a new COVID variant that starts to wreak havoc on us just as Delta did when we thought we were in a decline, just as Omicron did when we thought we were in a decline? What if there is a new variant that comes and starts to wreak havoc more broadly across the country? Wouldn't we want the CDC to have the power immediately upon an upsurge of COVID nationally to impose a mask requirement on transportation? If Resolution 37 passes, they will not have the ability to do that. And what might be the consequences of that? The consequences could be very severe in terms of people's health. We know that. We've experienced now close to 1 million deaths to COVID, but it also could have severe economic consequences. Our transportation infrastructure, public transit, and buses and trains and planes is a critical backbone of the American economy, which is now starting to grow and add jobs, thank goodness. But if COVID hits again and CDC does not have power to impose a mask mandate, many people who use transportation to get to work or to travel to places where they can do their work will no longer feel confident in their ability to do so. Many employees who work in the transportation sector will worry about being exposed to rising COVID case levels and may choose not to work. And so the consequences of another COVID surge in this country are not only health consequences, but they are critical potential consequences to our economy at a time after 2 years when finally we're seeing some significant GDP growth and job growth and wage and salary growth. So I would urge my colleagues, don't use a meat cleaver. When this mask mandate is set to expire on April 18, it's barely more than a month away. Don't use the meat cleaver to bar the CDC from taking necessary public health action should there be a resurgence in COVID. Instead, let's work with the CDC and see what guidance they come up with for this April 18th deadline. That would be much better for our public health and much better for our economy. And so for those reasons, I would urge my colleagues strongly to stand with smart economic policy and wise public health policy and not eliminate the ability of the nation's premier public health agency from imposing a transportation mask requirement should public health demand it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
There's a very distinct possibility that the mask mandates saved no lives. There's a very distinct possibility that the mask mandates did not change the trajectory or incidence of the coronavirus pandemic. In fact, there's a distinct possibility that mask mandates were simply coercive security theater that did not enhance the public safety at all. While the efficacy of masks is debatable, the question of whether or not the federal government possesses the power to mandate that you wear a mask is not debatable. The 10th Amendment clearly states that powers not specifically enumerated by the Constitution for the federal government are retained by the states and the people, respectively. In U.S. versus Lopez, the 10th Amendment is affirmed. The Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution withholds from Congress the plenary power that would authorize enactment of every type of legislation. The Supreme Court went on to say that allowing the government's general police power of the sort retained by the states would violate the principle that the federal government is one of enumerated and limited powers. Furthermore, no statute exists that remotely conveys a power to mandate masks to any department of the federal government. Yet since March of 2020, unelected bureaucrats from the Centers for Disease Control have increasingly declared or incessantly declared that we should follow the science and submit to their mandates. But those bureaucrats defy science and practice something closer to sorcery. For 2 years, they have incanted the magic word emergency, which they believe conjures up special powers that require each one of us to wear face masks they tell us have talismanic qualities. The only problem with this assertion is that none of it is true. The CDC does not have limitless authority during emergencies, and masks are not effective at preventing the spread of COVID-19. This is, after all, is the same agency that decided merely by uttering the word emergency that it had empowered itself to tear up every rental contract in America. Fortunately, the Supreme Court put the CDC in its place, saying that it imposed a nationwide moratorium on evictions in reliance on a decades-old statute that authorizes it to implement measures like fumigation and pest extermination. It strains credulity to believe that this statute grants the CDC the sweeping authority that it asserts. But the CDC has yet to learn its lesson. For a third time, the CDC extended the mandate, forcing everyone wishing to exercise their right to travel to wear a mask. The mask, to the CDC, is effectively a passport. Those who work for airlines are compelled to incessantly remind paying customers not only to wear a mask while we board, but in between bites and in between sips. Sir, please put your mask on in between peanuts. Sir, after each peanut, please put your mask on. The absurdity. Is it any wonder that the Federal Aviation Administration has logged a surge in reports of bad passenger behavior? According to the FAA, nearly 2/3 of the more than 800 reports of unruly passengers this year have been related to masks. Thus, the CDC's mandate is a safety risk to airline employees and passengers alike. The populace, which has been pushed around too far for too long, no longer sees a flight attendant entrusted to make travel more comfortable, but rather a border guard that polices the unfriendly skies. And who can blame them when the head of Delta Airlines wants to put the names of vocal opponents of mask mandates on a no-fly list, a place where we had supposedly reserved for those suspected of terrorism? Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that as all 50 states either dropped or plan to drop the mask mandate, the CDC stubbornly perpetuates its mandates. The history of the last 2 years is a history of the CDC making recommendations despite the evidence, not because of it. From the beginning, the CDC has ignored the scientific data that demonstrated the ineffectiveness of masks. At the beginning of the pandemic, Dr. Fauci advised Americans to refrain from wearing masks. But as we are so often told, the science has changed. except that it really hasn't. At least 30 studies demonstrate that masks have little to no impact on transmission, including those that predate the emergence of COVID, which highlight the lack of effectiveness of masks outside the hospital setting. In May 2020, an article by researchers at Harvard Medical School, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, not only held that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from the infection, but that one of its few useful functions would be to serve as a reminder of other infection controls. The article went on so far as to state that masks are not only tools, but they are also talismans that may help increase healthcare workers' perceived sense of safety. In other words, the masks are placebo. They might not do anything, but at least they can trick people into thinking they are protected. Unfortunately for those who support mask mandates, the article went on to warn that focusing on universal masking alone may, paradoxically, lead to more transmission of COVID-19 if it diverts attention away from implementing more fundamental infection control measures. Translation: the mere symbolic benefit of universal masking comes with the cost of a false sense of security, which potentially risks further spread. For example, imagine the 80-year-old husband who chooses to wear a cloth mask to take care of his COVID-stricken wife. The CDC has prompted him to believe that wearing a cloth mask will keep him safe, when in reality, this misinformation has prompted him to engage in risky behavior. Among the reasons why masks have such poor results outside a hospital is user error. About a year after the initial reports of COVID cases, a large controlled study of about 8,000 participants was published by the Public Library of Science. That study found that face masks did not seem to be effective against laboratory-confirmed viral respiratory infections, nor against clinical respiratory infection, which was likely due to poor adherence to the protocol. People simply cannot replicate the hospital setting at all times in all locations. Even N95 masks cannot help a person who does not know how to use it. Multiple studies show surgical and cloth masks are not effective in reducing transmission. In November 2020, a Danish study published in the Annals of Internal Medicine found that high-quality surgical masks failed to demonstrate significant reductions in confirmed viral transmissions. This is a large study. This is a randomized controlled study in Denmark with thousands of people who wore masks and thousands of people who didn't wear masks, and guess what? They had the same incidence of disease. Additionally, a randomized trial in Bangladesh found that cloth masks did not have a statistically significant effect on COVID transmission. But we should not be surprised by these results because we have known the limitation of masks for a long time. A 2015 Vietnamese study of 1,600 participants found that cloth masks allow 97% penetration of particles. They took sodium chloride particles, the same size as a virus, and they blew them through a cloth mask, and they got 97% of the particles on the other side of the mask. They didn't work. A 2019 study from Nepal found that the pore size of the cloth mask, the opening that air goes through in the cloth mask, the pore size ranged from 80 to 500 micrometers, but the size of the COVID particle is only 0.12 micrometers. That means that the pores in the cloth masks are more than 650 times as big as the COVID particles. Science! If the virus is 650 times smaller than the pore, it's not going to work. COVID, wearing a mask to stop COVID, is like trying to catch flies with a chain link fence. The virus can simply travel right through and around the mask. And what was Dr. Fauci's prescription? After studying and concluding that masks were ineffective, wear 2 masks. He's wearing masks all over his face. And just another one. If I only had 4 masks, maybe he would be safe. That's not science, that's theater. CDC announced that it would look into 2 masks, but we never heard back from them. A few days later, even Fauci conceded there is no evidence that double masking is going to make a difference. I guess he was just wearing it for style. Actually, there is data even on double masking, just not the kind likely to be approved by Dr. Fauci. A study published in the New England Journal of Medicine in late 2020 monitored nearly 2,000 Marine recruits who were subjected to anti-infection measures, including double masking. What it found? It found several incidences of COVID still being transmitted despite the double masks. Yet our president, our governors, and our mayors routinely lectured us to just wear the damn masks. Now, 2 years later, what benefits did we get from all that masking? Not a damn thing. A 2021 study published in the International Research Journal of Public Health found that there was no association between mask mandates imposed by respective states and reduced spread of COVID-19. The study verifies what we have seen in the real world. If you look at mask mandates that were put on state by state or country by country, and you compare that to the incidence of the disease, there's no relation. In fact, often the relation is inverse. Here you have California and Florida. In Florida, if you've been down there, look, even AOC goes to Florida because they won't make you wear a mask. You can do whatever you want. Nobody's been wearing a mask for 2 years in Florida. California, if you are paddleboarding by yourself, they will send the Coast Guard after you. If you are jogging on the beach in California by yourself, they will arrest you. Wildly different mandates, and yet this is the infection curve for California and Florida. It's the same. Death curves, infection curves. There is no evidence that any state mandate changed anything. In fact, if you're objective, at the end of this pandemic, people are going to discover, I don't know if they'll ever admit this, but the truth of the matter is nothing that man did other than the vaccine and natural infection, accumulated immunity from both natural and from vaccine sources, slowed this down as well as the mutation of the virus. Plexiglass, give me a break. You think the virus doesn't go in and around your plexiglass? We spent millions of dollars on stickers. Stand 6 feet apart. You're on the plane 2 inches from people for 2 hours. And then what do they say? Please, as you exit the plane, we're going to practice social distancing, and you can stand 6 feet away from the person you've been 2 inches from for the last 6 hours. It's Moronville. It's medieval. They knew more about infectious disease in the medieval ages than they do in today's modern age with the government directing this. But despite very different mask policies, California and Florida ended up with about the identical outcome. Ashish Yah, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health, who provided one of these charts on Twitter, noted that the infection rates for California, which had a mask mandate, and Florida, which did not, have strikingly similar infection rates. Specifically, 9.5% for Florida, 9.54% for the draconian mandates of California. They were the same. One place had no freedom, one place had their freedom, and the rate of disease was the same. Is nobody willing to really look at the science? Are we willing to submit and wear masks forever? As journalist Jacob Sullum pointed out, if you compare California to Texas, another populous state that had no mask mandates, the case trends also are very similar. The same basic pattern was discovered in almost every state. In short, states with mask mandates fared no better than states without them. Unsurprisingly, nationwide, masks did not prevent transmission or even death. This is a chart looking at the death rate and with the mask mandate. So the dotted line is the mask mandate. And oh my goodness, we put a mask mandate on and many more people began to die. Did the mask cause death? No, they just are unrelated. But if you're trying to prove that a mask mandate lessened death, there's no evidence of it. Death went up and then down and then up and down again. The trends on death, the trends on incidents have nothing to do with plexiglass. They have nothing to do with stickers. They have nothing to do with masks. And yet we did all of these things in medieval fashion. In the 14th century, the Pope burned incense. You know, they thought they could protect themselves from plague. People wore garlic around their neck, even up to World War I. Didn't work, except for the garlic did probably scare some people and keep them away from you. When the CDC reversed itself again in July 2021 2021 and recommended that vaccinated people who they said didn't have to wear masks now had to wear masks again, the death rate, which had been going down for months, sharply rose again. No relationship, unless it's inverse, unless putting on the mandate caused the death rate to get worse, there's no relationship between mask mandates and lessening the incidence or lessening death. This is sadly yet more evidence that masks do not prevent transmission of a disease that for some proves deadly. So it's distracted us. We've been distracted and actually comforted by something that's not working, and we've been tricked into engaging in risky behavior, wearing a mask, thinking we're safe. 80% of people wearing a mask, most of them are still getting infected. They've been vaccinated and they're wearing a mask and still getting affected. Maybe we ought to reassess. Despite all of this evidence, the CDC still cannot bring itself to end its travel mandate. Is it any wonder why this agency lost so much credibility over the last 2 years? They have lost their credibility because they have treated every American as if we all have the same level of COVID risk. Because of this approach, our children have suffered the most from the CDC's unscientific mandates. The CDC guidance on school masking is as aggressive as it can get, recommending universal indoor masking by all students aged 2 and older, staff, teachers, and visitors to K through 12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. With the CDC calling the shots across the country, kids have not experienced a normal day of school for 2 years. School children have to wear masks all day, which results in complaints of difficulty breathing, headaches, acne, anxiety, depression, and by covering the lower half of the face, we've robbed the students of effective visual communication. So profound has been the change in our learning that we have now changed the definition for adequate number of words for children to know. Used to be 50 for normal development, we've changed it to 30 because they can't see the faces to mimic people. For people who are hearing impaired, they have even more difficulty if they can't see the lips. And here's really the insult of insults. We go to the State of the Union. Now we've got these elderly senators and these elderly congressmen, and finally they're free of their masks. They take their masks off, and your 4-year-old at home, the chance your 4-year-old dies from COVID is 1 in 2.32 million. They're going to be struck by lightning before they get COVID and die. But these old guys are fine now. They're 1,000 times more likely to die from COVID, but they're fine with no mask, but your 4-year-old has to wear a mask. No logic whatsoever in this, no science involved in this, but it's authoritarians run amok. Sweden took a dramatically different approach. Swedish schools remained open for the majority of the pandemic and wore no masks. 1.8 million kids, not one of them died. If you look at the incidence of the disease among teachers, you say, well, we've got to put masks on the kids or the teachers will die. In Sweden, no masks on the kids, and the incidence of disease among the teachers, same as every other profession in Sweden, no difference. Lower death rates there than the U.S. But the one thing the Swedes did not suffer, their test scores were not lowered. Their test scores are up, and no one is concerned about the lost years of education or mental development. Mask mandates on planes don't make any more sense than mask mandates in school. While testifying before the Senate Commerce Committee, Southwest CEO Gary Kelly said 99.97% of airborne pathogens are captured by the airplane filtration system, and it's turned over an intensive care unit, and that sitting next to someone on a plane is the equivalent of being 15 feet away from them in a typical building. And it's not just airline CEOs that agree that mask mandates do not make sense. When discussing mask policy, even CNN, even the doctors on CNN, the radical disciples of Dr. Fauci now admit that cloth masks are nothing more than facial decoration, and that the responsibility should shift from a government mandate to an individual mandate. When the left-wing doctors on CNN are getting it, really you would think the CDC might wake up. Doctors, scientists, airline CEOs are all presented with the science, are all truthful, will tell you that the mask mandates are nothing more than COVID theater. But the mandates have been more like a curse. Think about what you have lost. Fathers were not there, allowed to see their babies born. Mothers have given birth to babies alone. Our children have fallen behind in education and mental development. Weddings were postponed and ceremonies were drastically scaled back. Many of us were deprived of one final goodbye to a dying loved one. We are about to return to normal, and it can't happen soon enough. We're about to get our lives back, to get our liberty and our pursuit of happiness back. But it won't happen until we finally wake up and say the science doesn't indicate this, until this body that supposedly represents the people votes to say enough's enough, enough of the theater, enough of the pseudoscience, let's let people make their own decisions. But the CDC says no. It's extended again, the travel mandate. We have another month of this. But people are upset. I don't care whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent. There are Democrat moms, independent moms, Republican moms, and dads frustrated at their 4-year-old, their 6-year-old going to school for a non-fatal disease, non-fatal to children. Meanwhile, elderly congressmen and senators are now running around without their mask on, and they've got no problem, but they're going to make your kid wear a mask. It makes no sense. Now is our chance to say enough is enough. We have it within our power today to assure the American people that we are irreversibly going back to normal. We can tell our constituents that the unscientific mask mandates are on the way out, once and for all. For once, we can follow the science and put an end to the travel mask mandates. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Baldwin.
Senator from Kansas.
I request we end the quorum call.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senator from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We finished up some 3 or 4 town halls this weekend, bringing us, I think, over 90. And I will tell you this, Americans know they're being lied to. They know the decisions coming out of the White House and the CDC are politically driven. And let me tell you this for sure, Kansans are mad and they're upset. And they know this lie is continuing and their anger continues to grow. And at the end of every town hall, I can tell you 2 or 3 people will grab me and say, please, please keep fighting for our freedoms. This is what else they tell me. They tell me they don't trust the CDC anymore, that the CDC has lost their reputation. And I'm telling you, it'll be difficult for them to ever get it back. And now they're being told that we have to wear masks on airplanes for another month or so. Another horrible decision coming from the White House. More ill advice from the CDC. And all the time we know that with these masks come a psychosocial downfall, that it creates problems. But the CDC continues to lust for control our lives and exert their control over us, over me, over our children and our grandchildren. My concern is this: the CDC continues to make decisions as if they're in a vacuum without consideration of the big picture. So let's just take a moment and talk about where we are today. 95% of Americans have some level of immunity. 95%. New infections are down 94%. Hospitalizations down over 80%. And as far as we know, there's no new variant of concern anywhere in the world that's rearing its ugly head right now. And what do we truly know about the science and the benefits of wearing a mask? What do you know about the risk of wearing a mask? Well, I asked the CDC that same question, I'm sure over a year ago now. I asked them for the studies that support their recommendation to wear masks. Some 80 studies, I looked at every one of them. I would say half of them weren't worth the paper they were printed on. Poor scientific quality, cherry-picking data, but most were still very inconclusive. A few suggested masks might help if they're worn perfectly, if it's the right type of mask. And some of the studies even said that masks were harmful. Now, I'll acknowledge in a perfect world that for a brief period of time, wearing a N95 mask properly could theoretically give a person benefit. But we now know, we've now proven that cloth masks offer little benefit, and they may actually make viruses and infections more common. So does the CDC really believe that masking would help in an airplane? And if they did so, why wouldn't they suggest that we wear a N95 mask? And why do they allow cloth masks? It just seems very inconsistent. And the big problem is always compliance. You know, seatbelts don't work unless you wear them. An airbag on the car doesn't work unless you have it turned on. And just look around. Nobody can wear these masks for hours and hours at a time without touching their nose and touching their mouth and adjusting the mask. And then we take it off to eat and to drink just for moments at a time. So in the real world, it doesn't make any sense that the mask would work. It's certainly not in schools, and I think that's been well proven. I think we look at Sweden, a country whose mortality is a fraction of ours from the COVID virus, a fraction of its neighboring countries, a country that had very limited use of masks without mandates as well. I think the big opportunity with airlines is they made a big investment in air exchanges. We know air exchange works. From our experiences in surgical centers, we knew that when we moved to the modern air exchangers, that our number of infections, post-op infections for joint replacements went down significantly. We always knew the air replacement was a big part of this. But no, this administration continues to want to control our lives. Their healthcare infectious disease czar, Dr. Fauci, decreed that even after airline executives gave testimony that masks were of no benefit, Dr. Fauci decreed he didn't think masks would ever come off on airplanes. Why? Why would he make such a bombastic, ignorant claim? Mr. President, it's time to stop all the mandates. It's time to stop the travel mask mandates. It's time to let our people go. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the previous order, all time is yielded back. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Calendar number 305, SJ Res 37, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Arono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Burr, Cassidy, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Johnson, Marshall, Paul, Rubio, Tester, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Brown, Cardin, Carper, Heinrich, King, Leahy, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Stabenow. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Lee, aye.
The yeas are 57, the nays are 40. The joint resolution is passed.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and that I be recognized for up to 20 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to discuss the scheme that has captured and now controls America's Supreme Court. If you've been following this series of speeches, you know that we've gone over the Powell memo and the plan it laid out for the corporate right wing. We've gone over the technique of agency capture, regulatory capture, that has been applied to the Supreme Court. We've gone over the turnstile that big anonymous right-wing donors set up within the Federalist Society to approve Republican nominees, and the dark money front groups that sped those nominees through Senate confirmation. And we've discussed how the big right-wing donor interests influence justices while they're on the bench through fast lanes for dark money litigation and flotillas of dark money amici curiae, front group amici. Well, if you set up a machine like that, you will pretty soon see justices auditioning for the role. To understand the origins of this auditioning, you need to start with a little bit of history. So it's 1990, and President George H.W. Bush needs to fill a vacancy left by the legendary Justice William Brennan. President Bush appoints a recent First Circuit nominee named David Souter, who had spent most of his career in New Hampshire state government. At the time, Republicans thought Souter's short time on the federal bench was an asset. Without a long paper trail, there was less chance that Souter's nomination would go down in flames like Robert Bork's had. But Souter wasn't the conservative the right wing hoped for. Indeed, he could be downright moderate. In their disappointment, they adopted a new mantra: no more Souters. When rumors got around that George W. Bush might nominate his White House counsel, Alberto Gonzales, to the court, he was not seen as right-wing enough, and the scheme panicked, and the mantra became, Al Gonzales is Spanish for David Souter. John Paul Stevens was another right-wing disappointment, so no more Souters as a mantra was joined by no more Stevenses. With these disappointments, the right-wing donors and their Federalist Society acolytes vowed to better groom and vet future candidates, scouring Republican nominees' records for maximum adherence to scheme orthodoxy. Well, once that process was up and operating, the response was predictable. Ambitious right-wing lawyers aspiring to the federal bench aren't dumb. They will follow the path that guides them to their goal. So the maximum adherence auditioning began. I've described the circuit court judge who observed his colleagues taking cases and issuing rulings that seemed to have the clear intent of sending a signal. They strained to write decisions that were dressed to impress. They were, in his word, auditioning for the Federalist Society gatekeepers. So how exactly does this auditioning work? There's a recipe. One, you got to understand what matters to the big donors. Guns, unbridled campaign spending, corporate political power, shrinking the so-called administrative state, and right-wing social issues. Two, fly solo. It can actually help if you go it alone. Write opinions so extreme that they stand out and donors take notice. And three, of course, where you can, deliver the goods. If a case allows you to score a win for a big donor interest, take it. Three justices who knew this recipe well were the trio nominated by Donald Trump. As a circuit court judge, Neil Gorsuch became a darling of the right-wing donor elites for his commitment to dismantling this so-called administrative state. To do that, he deployed radical legal theories cooked up and propagated in the scheme's legal theory hothouse, where they developed schemes kind of reverse engineering them to give victories in cases. In one instance, Gorsuch even wrote two opinions for the same case. One, the majority opinion that his colleagues joined, and the other, an out there solo opinion displaying his scheme bona fides. Gorsuch also displayed his fervor for what he called religious freedom, which usually translates to dismantling the separation between church and state, which is another scheme favorite. Justice Amy Coney Barrett knew how to audition too. In one case, Barrett's Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals declined to hear a challenge to an Indiana law on women's right to choose. Barrett bucked the majority to stake out an eyebrow-raising position on the right, joining a dissent aimed directly at Supreme Court abortion precedent. On guns, Judge Barrett authored an opinion in a Second Amendment case called Cantor v. Barr that would have given a felon back his gun because his felony wasn't violent. Constitutional scholars' jaws hit the floor at that one. Adam Winkler, a Second Amendment expert at UCLA Law School, told The New Yorker that the opinion was, and I quote, Amy Coney Barrett's audition tape for the Supreme Court. And it was her audition tape because her, quote, view of the Second Amendment was outside the mainstream and would appeal to the Federalist Society. Of course, the biggest auditioner of all was Brett Kavanaugh. On the D.C. Circuit, Kavanaugh did so much auditioning, it's hard to know where to begin. He issued opinions on abortion, on guns, on the administrative state, on campaign finance, and more. He was not concerned with building consensus. He wanted to make a point. Here's Washington Post editor Ruth Marcus in her book on Kavanaugh. His more liberal appeals court colleagues found him affable but unyielding. He would engage, but rarely, if ever, change his mind. And he displayed a propensity for filing separate concurrences and dissents, actions that some colleagues took as judicial grandstanding, and more to the point, an effort to position himself for a Supreme Court seat, auditioning. In fact, Kavanaugh dissented more each year on the bench than any of his D.C. Circuit colleagues, whether Republican or Democratic appointees. Kavanaugh made clear that he would be on the team if on the court. Kavanaugh pumped up the major questions doctrine, one of the hothouse legal theories pushed by the far right. It says that courts should ignore an agency's authority to solve a problem if the court thinks the problem is too big. Big regulated companies love having regulatory agencies hobbled. So this was catnip for scheme donors. The majority in that case panned Kavanaugh's major questions idea, which hadn't even been raised by the parties. But Kavanaugh wasn't out to win votes from his colleagues, and he wasn't out to do justice in that case. He was firing an auditioning flare for scheme operatives and donors to see from miles around. Like Barrett, Kavanaugh did his own publicity. He spoke at 52, count them, 52 Federalist Society events over his career. You almost couldn't keep him out. And he wasn't the only one seeking an audience with the Federalist Society donor elite. After Trump's election, 9 of the 21 people on Trump's short list spoke at a 3-day Federalist Society panel dedicated to remembering Justice Scalia. And almost all the others were hanging out, mingling in the crowd. It was a judicial beauty pageant with some real beauties. Kavanaugh had a little problem. He wasn't on Trump's first list of potential Supreme Court picks. And he wasn't on the second list either. But all that eager auditioning got him onto the third list. and the rest is history. I'm not alone in noting all this auditioning. Here is how one writer for Slate paraphrased former U.S. District Judge Nancy Gertner about scheme auditioning. Conservative judges auditioning for SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, go all out proving their Federalist Society bona fides. Gorsuch used his judicial opinions on the appeals court to advertise himself as an enemy of the administrative state and a diehard proponent of religious freedom. Kavanaugh flaunted his support of the unitary executive and hostility to reproductive rights to earn a spot on President Donald Trump's shortlist. Amy Coney Barrett brandished her Second Amendment maximalism. End quote. As the Slate writers note, the conservative legal movement rewards this kind of flagrantly ideological auditioning. Republicans demand evidence that their justices will aggressively overturn precedent and laws that conflict with their political goals. End quote. As I said earlier, no more Souters, no more Stevenses. That's the auditioning by these sitting justices. I'll close my remarks with an example of what happens when you haven't auditioned for the scheme. When Justice Sandra Day O'Connor announced her retirement, George W. Bush wanted to replace her with his friend and loyal White House counsel, Harriet Miers. Miers was a dyed-in-the-wool conservative. She'd served Bush and his inner circle faithfully. But she wasn't a Federalist Society insider. She didn't have a record of auditioning for the big donors behind the Federalist Society's turnstile. She couldn't soothe those right-wing donors that she was no Souter, no Stevens. Her sin wasn't anything in particular. She just wasn't part of the club. As Supreme Court scholar Amanda Hollis-Brusky put it, the message Leonard Leo and others had sent was, if you want to rise through the ranks, we need to know you. And that's what they were all saying about Miers. We don't know her. She is not one of us. Leonard Leo, by the way, is sort of the spider at the center of the web of donor interests that drive the turnstile at the Federalist Society during Republican presidencies. Mr. President, we are now embarking on the confirmation process of someone who has not auditioned to donor elites for a seat on the United States Supreme Court. No dark money machine guided her selection. That's refreshing. Still, the auditioning continues on the right for the next time a Republican president holds office. Scheme donors expect standout candidates who wear their commitment to their donor welfare on their sleeves. Watch closely for more. To be continued. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I come to the floor again today to stand with the people of Ukraine. What Russia is doing to Ukraine and its citizens is an atrocity. Ukraine is an American ally and an independent and democratic country of 41 million people who simply want to live in peace. The Russian invasion is an illegal, unprovoked, and brutal assault that over the past 19 days since the full-scale invasion began has targeted and killed thousands of civilians. Americans have seen this atrocity in real time with horrific videos online or on our television screens. The videos and photos have sometimes been shocking. Remember the one of the woman who was on a stretcher, pregnant, leaving the maternity hospital that had been bombed by the Russians. We now learn that that woman and her baby have died. Today we learn that more journalists have been killed, including an American journalist, a Fox News camera person. I just returned last night from a bipartisan congressional delegation trip to Poland, neighboring Ukraine. I was joined on that trip by Senator Klobuchar, Senator Wicker, and Senator Blumenthal. I see Senator Wicker is here on the floor. Senator Blumenthal is also here. Senator Klobuchar has a conflict. She wanted to be here, but she's going to be submitting her statement for the record to join us tonight. We had a very emotional trip because we talked to a lot of the refugees coming out of Ukraine, talked about the incredible trauma they're going through. We also got some very sobering briefings when we were over there from our own team, but also from the Polish government, from people who are helping the refugees. It's a very difficult situation. Poland is doing what they can to help their neighbor. They have a special bond with Ukraine, and they're doing a lot. In fact, most of the nearly 2 million refugees who have fled Ukraine because of this invasion and the brutal attacks have come to Poland, where they have been met with open hearts and open homes. Literally, people in Poland are opening up their homes to these refugees. We were at the border where some of these Polish families have come to welcome Ukrainians into their apartments or into their homes. In addition to briefings from our U.S. Embassy team in Poland, the U.S. Embassy team from Ukraine, who are now in Poland, the U.S. military in Poland, and the Polish government, we did go down to the border between Ukraine and Poland to meet with the border officials from Poland, U.S. and Polish international relief organizations, and of course with the refugees themselves, who are streaming across the border. Roughly 100 refugees every minute are leaving Ukraine. It was heartbreaking to hear their stories. You can imagine. We spoke to them at the border crossing, but also a couple miles away at what's called the reception center, a convention center that's been converted into a place where thousands of refugees can come, get a good night's sleep, maybe stay for a few days or even a few weeks, find food, find health care, find mental health treatment. Most of this, by the way, has been donated. The Polish people have donated bed sheets and blankets and quilts. We worked there as volunteers with what's called the World Central Kitchen, something actually a Washington, D.C. chef, Jose Andres, has set up at natural disaster areas to help feed people. He's now doing this on the border with Ukraine and in Ukraine. In fact, he has about 20 different World Central Kitchens set up. This one was at this reception center being used by refugee families who need to find some comfort and food as they have made a long trek in many cases across Ukraine to get there. There are also lots of displaced people in Ukraine itself, and those people are being helped by the same group, this World Central Kitchen. I thank them. I thank all the volunteers that give them support and help so that they can lend a hand at these reception centers and help these refugees along their way. I also thank so many other volunteers we saw there from every organization, Catholic relief organizations, other faith-based organizations, the World Health Organization, and others. We were at the border only about 6 hours after the Russian missiles had attacked and killed at least 35 and wounded more than 130 at a Ukrainian training center just 15 miles away. The border guards said they had felt the earth tremble when the bombing attack occurred, again, just several hours before we got there. This was the first Russian attack so close to the western border with Europe and so close to a NATO ally, a potentially dangerous new phase of the Russian assault. We met refugees there from all over the country, the vast majority of whom were mothers with their children, sometimes grandmothers with their grandchildren. Men between 18 and 60 are required to stay and fight. So we heard some really tough stories about families being split apart and moms and wives and sisters wondering whether their sons and husbands and brothers who were in harm's way were still alive. Some refugees had traveled by bus, some by foot, some on trains, some had come over Ukraine for several days. They told of heart-wrenching stories of their homes being destroyed, of friends and family being wounded by the indiscriminate Russian bombing of civilian areas. They had backpacks or small suitcases. That's it. They had to travel and travel quickly and travel light. They left everything else behind, including, again, in some cases, family members. Some, again, have been traveling for several days. One family we met from the eastern part of Ukraine said it had been over 2 weeks. Some who lived close to the border had only made the difficult decision to leave their homes that very morning after the bombing of the training center 15 miles away. Refugees spoke with tears in their eyes about the pain of leaving their homeland, and all the families I spoke with said they want to go back when it's safe. Many said they appreciated what America had done. But just about every single refugee we talked to asked that the United States of America and other countries around the world do more, particularly to stop the deadly bombing of civilian targets and the senseless destructions of their towns and cities. In particular, they begged us to close the skies, as they said, keep us from getting bombarded, stop the carnage. They were very proud of the courage of the Ukrainian soldiers. They're patriots, and of course of the citizen soldiers, sometimes including their own family, who stepped forward. They're proud of the bravery and leadership of President Zelensky. But consistent with what we've heard from the military experts on the trip and what many of us have heard directly from President Zelensky, these families, these refugees, the grandmothers, the mothers, said the ability to provide better air cover with more and better ways to protect them is what they really want. What President Zelensky and others have said is better anti-air systems, better ways to protect against missile attacks, anti-missile systems, drones, airplanes, that's the single most important thing we can do to save lives and give Ukrainian military fighters, the civilian soldiers we talked about, the professional soldiers, give them a chance, give them a fighting chance. Other countries in the front lines also need to know we are with them, especially our NATO allies, because they're nervous, as you can imagine. Well, in Poland, we met with hundreds of 82nd Airborne troops who have come to Poland in the past couple of weeks, along with some troops from other NATO countries. We have gone from about 5,000 U.S. troops in Poland to about 10,000 troops over the past couple of weeks. And the Polish government and the Polish people are deeply appreciative. They believe that this is a deterrent to Russia making an even bigger mistake coming into their country. We received extensive briefings from the Polish government, but also from the 82nd Airborne. And we're able to join troops for dinner to hear directly from them. I was fortunate there were a lot of Ohioans there. And hearing from them made me very, very proud that they were willing to step forward and serve their country in this way. We listened carefully to everybody. Listened to the refugees, listened to the humanitarian aid workers, listened to the U.S. diplomats, to the military experts, as well as the Polish military officials. There were differences of opinion, to be sure, on some of the specifics, but actually broad agreement on the ongoing role the United States can play. Based on what we learned, the following steps should be taken immediately. First, on the military side, we've got to redouble our efforts to provide Ukraine with the equipment and the munitions they need, and where necessary, the immediate training to provide the air defenses they need to give them better capability, defense and offense. Whether to facilitate providing more MiG-29s from Poland or not has been hotly debated in this past week. In my view, we should have done it when it got that initial green light from part of this Biden administration, because the Ukrainians asked for them, and I don't believe they're any more escalatory, certainly than the escalation the Russians are engaged in virtually every day, and what we have done and continue to do on other weapon transfers. So they should have done it immediately, quietly. But the administration seems to have dug in on this for now, and it's become too much of a public debate. I would hope that at least they would facilitate spare parts and other assistance to keep the current Ukrainian planes flying. Perhaps more promising is to immediately help Ukraine bolster its anti-air systems. The U.S. can and should facilitate the transfer of Soviet-era anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems so the Ukrainians know how to operate them. And there are a number of regional partners who have this equipment. Without going into detail, this should also include extra munitions to replenish existing anti-air batteries that the Ukrainians have. In conjunction with transferring anti-air systems and aircraft, we need to continue to provide stingers and enhancements to them. All can be useful in shooting down the Russian fighters and the missiles that are raining bombs on innocent Ukraine civilians and causing so much needless death and destruction. We must find ways to quickly provide Ukraine with more armed drones, such as the Turkish TB2, which the Ukrainians know how to use and had been devastatingly effective on the battlefield already. Especially now that Congress has passed the Omnibus spending bill with a bump up for defense and specific additional security assistance for Ukraine and higher drawdown authority for the President, there can be no excuse for a gap in the flow of arms to Ukraine. We want to be sure that this is seamless. And as we complete one tranche of help to Ukraine, there cannot be a gap before we do another. We must move more quickly. Ukraine needs this help as a matter of hours and days, not as a matter of weeks or months. In addition to the items mentioned above, this also means more anti-tank Javelin missiles, but also small arms, munitions, body armor, communications equipment, anti-tank mining, anti-ship weapons, and more, so the brave Ukrainian soldiers can continue to protect their country and their citizens. Before I talk about the second part of this, which is the humanitarian side of this effort, I'd like to ask my colleagues, who I see are on the floor with me, if they had any comments, particularly about what Ukraine needs right now in terms of military assistance to be able to be effective, or other comments that they might have.
Would the gentleman yield? And perhaps we can,
Gentleman yields.
Proceed in colloquy form.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I thank my dear friend from Ohio, and I see that we've been joined by my friend from Connecticut. We did have a bipartisan American delegation in Poland and on the Ukrainian border this weekend. I don't recommend for tourism purposes a weekend trip to Eastern Europe and back. It's a pretty hard on the anatomy, but I think we flew the colors for the United States, for the United States Senate, and made a bipartisan point. And my colleagues can speak for themselves about exactly where they come down on these issues. But it was clear from the statements we made that the United States can do more and should be doing more. And I call on the administration tonight to listen to the learned words of the distinguished senator from Ohio. Yes, I support the MiGs from Poland and from other Eastern European countries. I think the debate got awfully heightened. I don't know why we needed to have an international discussion among allies about that rather than just do it. And maybe that should be a lesson to us on other decisions, which I hope we're about to make. But there are certainly other weapons that we can facilitate in delivering. Does it make any sense, Madam President, to say smaller weapons delivered from the United States are okay to fire against the Russian aggressors in Putin's war, but more effective MiG aircraft from NATO somehow would be escalatory? Listen, our friends are in a war against the remaining dictator and tyrant on the face of the earth. And if we're not willing, as we're not, to get involved directly in that war, Yes, we ought to give our friends the weapons they need to win. And let me say this. I hear debate in the newspaper and on the media, even today, about an off-ramp. What Putin would agree to simply quit fighting. We'd give him some of the territory that he thinks he's already conquered. Ukraine would get to have part of their country, and everything would be okay. It makes me feel like somehow I've been transported to 1938 and 1939, hearing talk about what Adolf Hitler might agree to avoid a world war. Now, Madam President, it is my understanding that the distinguished majority leader has unanimous consent requests, and I'm willing to defer our debate at this point to accommodate some administrative matters that need to be taken care of.
I want to thank my friend and colleague from Mississippi, as well as my friend and colleague from Ohio and for Connecticut. And we have one very important unanimous consent request, which I'm going to mention now, and then ask that unanimous consent request, and then do the other ones as well. So it'll take a few minutes, and I appreciate that. So in a few minutes, we will pass a resolution. Which one is it? Do you have it? We will pass a resolution, Senate Res 546, condemning the Russian Federation, condemning Vladimir Putin, and expressing the sense of the Senate condemning the Russian Federation, Putin, and members of Russian Security Council, Russian armed forces, and Russian military commanders for committing atrocities, alleged war crimes against the people of Ukraine. Now, it's been 19 days, Madam President, 19 long, bloody days since the war erupted on the European continent. Today, all of us in this chamber join together as Democrats, Republicans, to say that Vladimir Putin cannot escape accountability for the atrocities committed against the Ukrainian people. The legislation passing today, championed by Senator Graham, sends an unmistakable message that the United States stands with Ukraine, stands against Putin, and stands with all efforts to hold Putin accountable for the atrocities levied upon the Ukrainian people. Putin is not winning militarily, so now this evil man is trying to win by massacring civilians, massacring babies, parents, the elderly, pregnant women, shooting at hospitals, sending missiles to hospitals, apartment buildings, etc. Just as he did in Syria, just as he did in Chechnya, wiping out the civilian population in hopes of winning. But in his monomaniacal hubris, Putin has severely underestimated the Ukrainian people. Every time an innocent Ukrainian is killed, the resolve of the Ukrainian people grows stronger, and we stand with them. We've all seen the images, heard the stories, watched the videos of the realities of this awful war. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of civilians have been killed. As I said, from the elderly all the way down to babies not even a month old. These atrocities deserve to be investigated for war crimes. Entire cities, with hundreds of thousands of people, have been left with no water, no power, no connection to the outside world. Unable to overtake Ukraine in a quick strike, Russian forces seem to be openly targeting sites that have little military significance. So today I am proud to ask unanimous consent and ask all of my colleagues to support today's legislation condemning Putin's atrocities and supporting efforts to hold him accountable before the eyes of the entire world. So now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 546 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 546, expressing the sense of the Senate, condemning the Russian Federation, President Vladimir Putin, members of the Russian Security Council, the Russian armed forces, and Russian military commanders for committing atrocities, including alleged war crimes against the people of Ukraine and others.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I know. Proceed. Okay.
The majority leader.
I know of no further debate on the measure.
If there is no further debate, the question's on the resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Now, Madam President, I have several more just wrap-ups. Would the senator from Mississippi just indulge me? It'll take about 5 minutes to do them. 3 minutes. Thank you. Madam President, and I thank him once again, he is always courteous. Even when we disagree, he's very courteous. Which is, I hasten to add, for his sake, which is often. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations en bloc. Calendars 420, 421, 423, 425, 730, 472, 784. That the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. That any statements related to the nominations be printed in the record. That the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. And the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question is on the nominations en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, tomorrow, March 16th, at 11:45, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Executive Calendar 656, the nomination of Jacqueline Corley, and on the motion to invoke cloture on Executive Calendar 738, the nomination of Fred Slaughter. Further, at 3 p.m., the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Calendar 682, the nomination of Ruth Montenegro, and the motion to invoke cloture on Calendar 678, the nomination of Victoria Calvert. That, if cloture is invoked on any of these nominations, the Senate vote on confirmation at a time to be determined by the majority leader or designee following consultation with the Republican leader. Finally, that the remaining cloture motions ripen at a time to be determined by the majority leader or designee following consultation with the Republican leader.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday, March 16th, and that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the Corley nomination. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection? Without objection.
For the information of Senators, the first roll call votes of the day will begin at 11:45 a.m. If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Portman, Wicker, and Blumenthal.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Mississippi.
Madam President, I thank the distinguished Majority Leader for working with the distinguished Minority Leader and with Senator Graham for bringing this important legislation to the floor tonight. It says what many of us have been saying for a long time, and which I wish the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, would explicitly say tonight or tomorrow, that Vladimir Putin is a serial war criminal and that he should be investigated by the war crimes authorities internationally, brought to justice, and made to pay not only for his genocide and war crimes of the last 2.5 weeks, but also for Aleppo and Grozny and the tens of thousands of innocent civilians that he has killed by his desires out of some other century to conquer his neighbors. I was mentioning 1938 and 1939, Madam President. When Hitler went into the Sudetenland, he told naive Western governments, that'll be the end of it. If we get that, we'll have peace in our time, and some leaders of the Allies were convinced that that was true. Vladimir Putin hasn't even said he's going to stop with Ukraine. So who in the world thinks that if he gets away with this, he'll stop there? I don't believe he will, and here's why. Not only Aleppo, not only Grozny, but this is a man who, without question, poisons his political opponents. When they leave the country to get medical treatment, he causes them to be charged for breaking the terms of their parole and puts them in prison. That's his political opponent, Mr. Navalny, who had the temerity to be a candidate for president against Mr. Putin. We're talking about the Vladimir Putin who authorizes the assassination of former members of the Russian government because they have the temerity to oppose him. We're talking about the very same person in Vladimir Putin who jails persons for years and years who dare to oppose him and disagree with him publicly, who invents enormous lies and gets some people even in the West to believe it when he broadcasts the enormous lies through his monopoly of the media. This man can be stopped in this Ukrainian war. And we are going to hear tomorrow morning from a courageous leader who has risen beyond the expectations of so many people in the free world, President Zelensky, and I intend to be there along with my colleagues, wishing him the best. I think I can say for our delegation, we might have nuances on how these things can be done, but we're united on ideas like getting the Polish MiGs somehow into the hands of the Ukrainian fighter pilots who can then use them to win the war, the equipment from other NATO countries and European countries, enhancing Ukraine's air defense, and sending more troops to harden the borders and the eastern flank of our NATO allies. I would say to the President of the United States, Mr. Biden, you have been too risk-averse, too late from time to time, from step to step, on all of the sanctions that we've needed, on the delivery of weapons. We've brought the administration along, but they've been a day late or a couple of days late or a week late. It's time for us to show international leadership on this. Even today, almost 3 weeks into the war, we have not yet dropped the full load of sanctions on Russia. We need to do that. And I call on the President and the administration to listen to those of us who were just in Eastern Europe. History shows that weakness breeds war. Instead of pacifying tyrants, weakness emboldens tyrants like Vladimir Putin. The good news is that with the help of NATO and Western arms, the Ukrainian military has defied all expectations. The intelligence reports that we heard on the public media, this is nothing secret, was that 3 or 4 days the Ukrainian military would be overrun by this vast Russian military behemoth. That's not happened, in fact. These people defending their homeland, defending their country, through the leadership of President Volodymyr Zelensky, have shown courage, they've refused to flee, and they've rallied the American people and the entire world in a lesson of leadership. If President Zelensky survives till in the morning, I will be cheering him from Capitol Hill on his remarks, just as the British Parliament did last week. This war is far from over. Suffering and dying and refugees will continue every day, and I call on President Biden to recognize that Vladimir Putin is not simply at war with Ukraine, but they are at war with the entire free world. And this is our best opportunity to stop him. Our Baltic states, our Baltic allies in NATO understand this. They know they could be next on Putin's kill list. Now is our moment to make sure this is the last time that Putin and his band of war criminals invade a sovereign country. We watched it happen with the Transnistria. We watched it happen with the Republic of Georgia, in South Ossetia and in Abkhazia. We watched it happen with the Donbass and with Crimea. It's time to stop Vladimir Putin's expansionism. We should be enabling the Ukrainians to defend their own airspace, and we've not yet done all we can do. We need to be creative, but Madam President, we need to take calculated risks because the future of the rules-based world order is at stake. Western deterrence has so far failed, and now Putin is thinking he can succeed in shredding the rule book of the post-Cold War international order. It is up to us, and it is up to our Commander-in-Chief to restore faith in that order and to protect the free world. And I'm glad to be joined on the floor with my friend, the distinguished senior senator from Connecticut, and was honored to join him and our other colleagues on the trip this last weekend to Eastern Europe.
Mr. President, Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my really distinguished and able colleagues and friends from Ohio, Senator Portman and Senator Wicker, and also Senator Klobuchar, who accompanied us on this trip and enabled us to be so much more effective because of her very perceptive and insightful wisdom on these topics and her experience with the issues that we confronted. And special thanks to Senator Portman for so ably organizing us and also to enable us to meet with senior members of the Polish government, our own ambassador, Mark Brzezinski, who's doing such a great job there, along with his team at the embassy, the brave men and women of the 82nd Airborne Division, and heartbreakingly, the women and children who are fleeing Ukraine with nothing more than what they could carry on their backs. I want to thank as well Senator Schumer for bringing to the floor this resolution and Senator Graham for his leadership. This resolution is a very powerful and compelling message to the world that the United States will stand strongly with the people of Ukraine against this brutal, insidious invasion by Vladimir Putin and Russia. And tomorrow we will hear from President Zelensky, whose passionate and powerful plea for action will no doubt elicit more words of support. But we need more than words now. We need more than declarations of support. We need action. Action that will make a difference on the battlefield. And let me just say very bluntly and simply, the Ukrainian resistance has proved to be more courageous, resilient, tough, and effective than Vladimir Putin ever imagined. It has become the wonder and admiration of the world. It is not only their trained army, it is the men and women who took to the streets and the field, using weapons that we have supplied, the Stinger and Javelin missiles, to hit Russia's most advanced weapons system, their aircraft, as well as their tanks, and take them out. If the Ukrainian people have a fair fight on the ground, they will win. They will drive Russia out of their precious land. But right now, there is no fair fight. Right now, in the skies, Putin dominates. He has the aircraft, the missiles, to do insidious damage and to wound, damage, and destroy the Ukrainian ground forces. And he is using that air superiority with consummate recklessness. While we were in Poland, just hours before we visited the border crossing at Korchova, 30 of his missiles rained down on a training center in Yavorov, 12 miles away. Let me repeat, 12 miles away from that border crossing. The Polish authorities there told us the ground shook with the tremor of those bombs hitting a training center just 12 miles from the Polish border. Vladimir Putin was literally playing with fire. One of those missiles going astray into Poland could have triggered dramatic escalation, nuclear confrontation, and destruction of unknown magnitude. Vladimir Putin is recklessly taking this fight westward in Ukraine to the very border, the very doorstep of a NATO ally that we have an obligation to defend. And part of our trip was to visit with the 82nd Airborne. So impressive, these young men and women, in their intelligence, as well as their dedication and bravery. They are holding the line. More and more of them are there. And they are also enabling support for Ukraine in the kinds of arms, Stingers and Javelins, that are needed. But we must do more than what we are doing now. And in that respect, I join my colleagues. We have a common message. I personally appreciate what the administration has done in its providing support, those Javelin and Stinger missiles, the ammunition, the night goggles, drones, spare parts, and more. But we must do more to counter that air superiority, the dominance in Putin's missiles and jet fighters. I personally believe that we should provide more aircraft, jet fighters, that President Zelensky has desperately requested. But I also think there are tools that we can provide, anti-air batteries, to bring down the planes and the missiles, defense mechanisms that Vladimir Putin cannot call escalatory under any possible definition. And likewise, means of defense that the people of Ukraine desperately need and deserve to successfully defend. There is no way any of these weapons systems are offensive. They are defensive, whether it's planes, Stinger and Javelin missiles, drones, all of it is to defend their country and do it effectively and have a fair fight on the ground against Putin's air dominance. We saw, heartrendingly, women and children coming from that bombing in Yavoriv. At the border crossing, literally, we visited with them, spoke with them, saw and heard the grief and misery, the tragedy and trauma that they are enduring. Almost all were women and children because the men have stayed to fight. And they brought with them bags of clothing, their pets, stuffed animals, all they could carry, but no more, facing a future of total uncertainty, not knowing when, if at all, they would return. And when, if at all, they would see their husbands, brothers, sons who were left to fight. We must make sure that Ukraine stays in that fight. And we can do it if we raise our commitment. I appreciate what the administration has done in its skillful use of public intelligence, its uniting of our allies, its adroit rallying of America. But now is the time to do more, and it must be done urgently. The time is now. Days, weeks, not on our side. Time works against us. The longer we allow Putin to command the skies in the way that he does now, the longer innocent people will be slaughtered in their homes, in hospitals, in maternity wards. And the longer the world will be put at risk of another attack on a nuclear facility that could spread radioactive contamination throughout the country and even through Europe. The trauma and terror on the faces of those women and children, the tears that we saw will stay with me forever. I was reminded of my own family, my dad, who came to this country in 1935 to escape the Holocaust. He too came with not much more than the shirt on his back. He spoke virtually no English. He knew no one. He brought his entire family, his immediate family, but he lost much of his other family. America has always been a nation of immigrants and refugees, and we have always spread our generosity to them. And now, likewise, in Connecticut, we see the Ukrainian American community providing clothing and blankets, donations, along with the Polish American community. Indeed, throughout the state of Connecticut and throughout the country, America's hearts are going out to these refugees in this humanitarian crisis. That is what we do in America. That is what we saw, in fact, Americans and others doing at the World Central Kitchen in the reception area that we visited. My colleagues and I served chicken, vegetables, rice, potatoes for a couple of more hours to these refugees. And we had, I think, a tremendously uplifting experience. I mention it because, as Senator Portman has said so eloquently, even in the midst of this evil, we saw good in that team of the World Central Kitchen, in the 82nd Airborne, our men and women in uniform, in the embassy staff that were willing to risk their lives in Kyiv and stay in Lvov, and finally move from Lviv to Warsaw, our foreign service, our men and women in uniform, and of course, the people of Poland who have welcomed these refugees, literally welcomed them into their homes, 2 million of them, 10% or more of the population of Warsaw alone. An effort of unprecedented magnitude in recent history. And as we returned home, so grateful for the good in those people, it was brought on me again to realize that this invasion was a war of choice. That evil in Moscow is one man. I still believe the Russian people, if they knew what was going on in Ukraine, would throw him out. That is not to say that he should be assassinated or that he should be attacked. I believe that if there were a democratic process with full and fair information in Russia, there is no way that Vladimir Putin would survive a democracy. And so I think we must continue to tighten the economic sanctions to bring that pain home to the Russians, to make them feel the hurt they have inflicted on others, and to know that they have a responsibility to end this conflict. They must do more, as we must do more. And our action must tighten and broaden economic sanctions to stop Vladimir Putin from continuing to reap the revenue of sales of oil and gas. I commend the administration for stopping importation of Russian oil and gas to this country, but other Western countries continue to do it, and other countries around the